Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast The Storm, where socially awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all-around nerds convene, talk, and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the Nerdy Occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Good evening, everyone.
And I am your host, last time alone wannabe, the Brainstorm Pop Culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
I am doing fine, mostly. My brother's girlfriend graduated this week. He was very happy about that. And I, of course, felt old because I still remember when I graduated. 11 years ago. Jesus Christ.
You're old as hell.
Possibly literally, but we won't dwell on that.
Alright, still a week. Plan to catch up with some articles that we didn't cover last week because we kind of had a full plate last week. So, the articles are Dalton's. I just picked the trailer first of all. Okay, so this is originally from Forbes.com. Obviously, we're using the archive version. Now, the Rings of Power can corrupt even Jolly Tom Bombadil. Tom Bombadillo.
Tom Bombadil was a side character in The Lord of the Rings. He was kind of the fan theory is that he is the genus loci of Middle Earth itself, not to be confused with Eru Ilúvatar, because Tolkien literally said no to the idea of him being Eru Ilúvatar. That was one of the fan theories while Tolkien was still alive, and he knocked it out. And joy, we're already engaging in the technical difficulties portion of the evening. Ain't that grand? Are you back?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, it wasn't. It was still loading on my screen, so I just. See it?
Yes.
Okay. It's written by Eric Klein, published May 29th, 2024. Alright. Over at Vanity Fair, they have a first look Orillo at Tom Bombadil. Bombadil, yeah. He joins the second season of The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, along with several images of the Peculiar Man.
I am not looking forward to Rings of Power trying to adapt Tom Bombadil, because here's the thing. Tom Bombadil's whole shtick is that he is almost irrevocably marry all the time, and the ring doesn't have any impact on him simply by virtue of the fact that he just doesn't care enough about it for it to corrupt him. But that being the case, he is a character who almost invariably leads a happy life in the Shire. And as such, usually when you adapt Lord of the Rings, Tom Bombadil is the one who normally gets left out because you don't need a comedic interlude right smack in the middle of your giant, epic quest line. And Tom Bombadil essentially does that. So normally the Lord of the Rings mythos leaves Tom out when there are adaptations. Not saying that no one could ever do a good adaptation of Lord of the Rings with Tom in there. It's just that nobody has yet, and that includes Peter Jackson. And if Peter Jackson couldn't figure out a way to adapt Tom Bombadil correctly, I don't have faith in the people who thought that Sauron should just be some random Númenórean dude, and thought that Galadriel should be Xena warrior elf princess. So, like, there's only so many ways you can really use Tom without screwing him up, and I don't have much faith in the writing staff of Rings of Power not to screw him up. Moving on.
In this iteration of the strange dancing and singing ancient one, Bombadil doesn't live near the old forest, but rather by the oasis in the desert, where baby Gandalf, aka the Stranger, and the Harfoot Ella Brandyfoot will make their way to as they journey east.
And already we're getting stuff wrong. Sorry,
it's
what?
Unclear.
You're roboting.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Just a sentence. So Ellen east fair old Barry and daughter slender as the willow wand.
You roboted again. No.
God damn it.
Okay, the god damn it was clear. Ironically. You roboted again. Yeah. While we're waiting for him to reboot again. Or not.
Hello?
Okay. You're good for the moment. I will let you know if you start roboting again.
Okay. To add what I just read. Anything to add to what I just read?
Already they're getting stuff wrong because Tom Bombadil never leaves the Shire, or at least he has never been shown leaving the Shire pretty much ever, with the possible exception of one time where he might have went to visit Bjorn, who is another side character from The Hobbit that often gets overlooked. If I'm remembering that correctly. I don't even know if I'm remembering that correctly. Because I vaguely remember at one point Tom saying something about going to visit Bjorn, but I don't remember if or where I heard that. So having Tom Bombadil exist somewhere other than the Shire kind of is a no to start with. Secondly, this whole Gandalf is the stranger thing doesn't make any sense either, because the wizards don't show up until after the until after the rings have already been forged and shit, and they're supposed to exist solely to counter Sauron's machinations, and they show up at the beginning of the Third Age, which this is supposed to be somewhere between the Second Age and the Third Age, so the wizard shouldn't even be here. Much less that he fell from the frickin' sky, which is not how the wizards get to Middle Earth. They get to Middle Earth on a ship, just like most of the people from Valinor get to Middle Earth, because in the Tolkienian mythos, heaven for Middle Earth, which is Valinor, is effectively across the water, across the sea, not in the frickin' sky. But apparently, among many other things that they're going to now get wrong, they're going to stick Tom Bombadil in the middle of a desert, somewhere he would never ever be, and they're going to make Gandalf fucking fall from the sky or some shit. I don't know. Moving on.
Pass with the stranger, you could say it's a desire to keep and has happened there. His beloved Lady Pain has variety, edges the stranger along his journey, which he knows will affect the larger natural world that he cares about. Say our Tom Bombadil is slightly more interventionist, using books, but only by 5 or 10%.
Okay, but this is the thing. Tom Bombadil is not a wizard. We're still kind of unsure as to what Tom Bombadil is, but he's certainly not someone who gets involved in broader politics. The ring doesn't work on him in Lord of the Rings, specifically because he is too innocent to care about it. He's not the sort of person who is inclined or capable of helping Gandalf, because in many ways Tom Bombadil has the mind of a child. In many other ways, he's incredibly powerful and, very potent, yes, but to the to just, clarify it here, Tom Bombadil should not be the one giving Gandalf at any point in his arc advice, because Tom Bombadil is not the kind of person to give advice, period, because he's simply too much of a isolated free spirit to really know much about the world apart from the fact that he likes pretty things, which again is a good goddamn reason why he wouldn't be in the middle of the goddamn deserts. He should, and has always been, in the midst of the Shire. Like, I believe he's just outside of Bree, if I remember correctly, or just on the other side of Bree before you leave the Shire. Point being, he shouldn't be in the place you're putting him, and he shouldn't be doing the thing that the writers are apparently going to have him do, which is be the angel on Gandalf's shoulder, because he's not capable of doing that either. And Gandalf shouldn't have fallen from the frickin' sky, and the wizards in general aren't supposed to show up until the Third Age. So, fucked all around, I'm afraid. And now we must wait for Brainstormer to come back. I assume he wants more head technical difficulties again. I am tempted to dust off some Tolkien songs, but no, I don't think I will today, because there are other people in the house, and I don't want them to be freaked out by my singing. So, there's that. So now we wait. I guess we could talk a little bit more about Tom Bombadil while Brainstormer's gone. Like I said, I sort of purport to the theory that, or I co-sign the fan theory that Tom Bombadil is sort of the genus loci or the spirit of Middle Earth itself. He can't be Eru Ilúvatar or any of the Valar because Tolkien specifically said he's not Eru Ilúvatar or one of the Valar. So that leaves us with the possibility that he could be something nearly as ancient and as primordial as Eru Ilúvatar or Ungoliant, but not one of the Valar, the Maiar, or Eru himself. By which that essentially leaves us with only the possibility that he could be sort of the genus loci of Middle Earth, because most other things that we're aware of in the mythos were either created by Eru or created by created in air quotes, or constructed by Melkor and possibly with the assistance of Ungoliant. So that's why I co-signed the theory that Tom Bombadil is the sort of intelligent of Middle Earth itself, because that gives enough leeway that Eru didn't have to create him, but he can also still be of the same caste, generally, as Eru or Ungoliant. Are you back, Brainstormer? Hello? Can't hear you. Hello? Okay, he's gone again. I assume there were yet more technical difficulties. If the internet itself was designed by Melkor, well, we're on the Tolkien kick. There is, back to, our Tom Bombadil theorizing, there's the possibility that he could literally be the manifestation of the Song of the Ainur. I suppose that could be a thing, which would also explain why he's constantly singing. But that would again leave us with him being a little bit too grand or too directly involved in the mythos, which is why I lean more towards he's a genus loci that sort of naturally occurred after everything was made, rather than. Okay, are you back?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
All right, I'm back. Jesus.
Technical difficulties temporarily averted. Knocking on wood.
All right. Give me one sec. Just. All right, there we go. Can you see it?
It's still buffering. Okay, there we go.
In many ways, the mysterious Bombadil is the exact Sauron described in the Lord of the Rings as older than old, and in a letter as the spirit of the vanishing Oxford and Berkshire countryside. If Sauron is the rise of industrialism and the bending of the natural world to an iron will and toward destruction, Bombadil is everything that stands against. And unlike Gandalf and the elves, he does not join the fight.
Again, I don't think he's that directly involved because his entire character does not get directly involved. I think Eru Iluvatar, the creator god of the mythos, is the opposite of Sauron and Melkor, but I don't. And you could even make the argument that even then, Ungoliant is the real biggest big bad of the setting because she's the only thing that we're aware of, with the possible exception of Tom, that existed before, or existed alongside Eru Iluvatar before he made everything else. So, but even then, I subscribe to the fan theory that Tom Bombadil is supposed to be like the genus loci of either Middle Earth in general or the Shire, or that he might be the manifestation of the song itself, the song of the Ainur, which would explain why he's constantly humming and singing and shit. But I don't think he's supposed to be. He's not a combatant, honestly. This is why I like the theory that he's the genus loci of either Middle Earth in general or the Shire, because it would essentially turn him from a character who gets actively involved in shit to the stage on which the fight is being had, which makes more sense for Tom, given that he doesn't get involved in shit and he isn't one of the Ainur, or he's not one of the Valar, he's not one of the Maiar, he's not Eru himself, because Tolkien explicitly vetoed that that theory. And so if he's not something that Eru made, which we have no reason to assume he's something Eru made, then that means he's something on par with Eru or Ungoliant that doesn't get involved directly in the whole good versus evil struggle, which leads us to the creation of Arda/Middle Earth itself, which is why I hold to the theory that he's either the sort of residual energy of the song of the Ainur, or that he's the genus loci of Middle Earth itself, or possibly just the Shire. That would make much more sense for Tom and would not betray his character, while simultaneously still making him something that could exist without Eru's involvement, or exist, kind of in the same category as either Eru or Ungoliant, the two things that we know for a fact existed before Eru made shit. Anyway, moving on.
Alright. I was always disappointed that Bombadil didn't make an appearance in the Peter Jackson trilogy, though cutting the Scouring of the Shire was a far greater sin. Sorry. Part of me is a little bit excited to see him in Rings of Power, as I always found him one of the most fascinating characters in The Lord of the Rings. He's able to ask Frodo for the ring without argument. You can see Frodo when he's wearing it, and he's able to put it on without any issue. He's immune, basically, to all of Sauron's evil. No other character in Middle-earth possesses this ability.
For fuck's sake, most of the Valar do, because Sauron, for all of his power, is just a very roided up Maiar, and therefore anything greater than a Maiar is well above him. But that's neither here nor there. He's immune specifically because he does not give a shit. Like, he does not care. That is his power. That is the main reason for why he does not get affected by any of this shit. for as powerful as the wizards or the elves are, they are on the side of good and therefore can be corrupted by evil. For as powerful as, the Balrogs are, and, all the other greater creations of Melkor, like the dragons, they are on the side of evil and therefore are already long since corrupted by the powers of evil. Tom Bombadil's power is essentially a weapons grade equivalent of childhood innocence and or the innocence of nature itself. Which is why I hold the theory that he's probably the organizing spirit of either Middle Earth in general or the Shire. That would make a lot of sense. Now, mind you, the character of Tom Bombadil long predates Lord of the Rings because he actually showed up in one of Tolkien's earlier children's stories. So some of this is just academic theorizing on my part, but we know, and Tolkien explicitly said in several of his private letters to people he was friends with, that the main power that Tom holds over the ring is innocence, i.e., it doesn't affect him because he's simply not involved in the struggle of good and evil at all. He opts out of it entirely, and that is why he's immune to both good and evil in some sense. Moving on.
Alright, the rest of me just bracing for disappointment after season 1. I have exactly zero faith that Payne and his co-showrunner, Patrick Kay, will do right by Tolkien in Middle-earth. The first season was such a horrendous misfire, such an insult to fans, it would genuinely shock me if they didn't screw up season 2 just as badly. We shall see on August 29th when the first episodes drop.
Yeah, no arguments here on that point. Season 1 was an absolute clusterfuck. I entirely agree. I don't trust them with Tom, and considering that Tom is literally the embodiment of nature's innocence and the abstaining from the fight of good and evil entirely, I don't think our modern writers are able to even countenance such a thing. It seems very much like they're gonna turn him into the wizard, the guy who is the wizard for other wizards, and then have him mentor Gandalf, which is not something Tom, never mind, would do, because I mean, I'm sure he would if he could be made to understand the issue, but the problem is that he can't, because he simply is not the kind of character who can be made to understand the fight of good and evil. That's what gives him power to resist the ring. He's simply not involved in any of the, grand or epic scale bullshit. He's just innocence and nature incarnate, effectively. Anyway, moving on to the next thing.
Mm-hmm. Alright, this is from the New York Times originally, obviously archived. Leslie Headland hoped the Force is with the Acolyte. Her new Star Wars show is a dream come true, but she shows it's Brooke Barnes, published May 29th, 2020. I'll be honest, I've not really anything at all, good or bad, about the Acolyte.
I couldn't begin to care very much to begin with, but from what I hear, the first 2 episodes have been released and they're not very good so far. That doesn't particularly surprise me, considering that somehow Ahsoka managed to screw up the Night Sisters. And yes, I took it personally, because the Night Sisters are probably my favorite non-traditional faction in the Star Wars universe. And you maniacs fucking blew it up.
Sorry. Leslie Headland has been telling Star Wars stories on screen since she was a teenager. Ostracized at school for being different, she retreated inward, making stop-motion films starring her action figures.
And I mean, that's very tragic and all, but that doesn't make you a good writer. I mean, to some degree, formative experiences can make you a better writer because, the more life experience and general like knowledge you have to pull from, the better you can be as a writer. But it doesn't make you a good writer. Also, sweethearts, every nerd has at some point been ostracized for being weird. That doesn't mean you're qualified to be a writer on anything, let alone Star Wars. Moving on.
So when she found success as an adult in Hollywood, Headland helped create Russian Doll, the 2019 Netflix comedy starring Natasha Lyonne, or Lyon, is it Lyon? And got the chance to create an actual Star Wars show. It was the realization of a lifelong dream, and a chance for humiliating failure on a galactic scale.
I mean, that is the dice you roll when you create things. You can potentially create something that's genuinely meaningful and will make people happy and engage people and stuff. Or it might all fall flat because it might be a little bit too up your own ass. Unfortunately, that is the game that every writer has to play at some point or other. It's a universal cost of doing business. Every time you create something new, you roll that dice. Doesn't make you special, dear. I'm sorry. Yep, moving on.
I essentially called Lucas after a lot of conversations. Found myself pitching a show. Utterly elated, my ultimate career goal, the culmination of my fandom. Headland said. At the same time, I would be lying if I said I wasn't scared. There is so much pressure, it's extreme. I had never done anything this big before.
I mean, props to her for exhibiting at least a little bit of humility here. Like, you are in fact playing with a massive franchise that is important, and good for her for at least acknowledging how important it is. That puts you, head and shoulders above Rian Johnson, who literally started the premise with, I hate Star Wars and I want to make an anti-Star Wars movie in the Star Wars universe. But I digress. What I mean to say is that, good for you for exhibiting some humility and for acknowledging how important the universe you're playing in is. Unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily make you a good writer, but it's certainly, like I say, a better position to be in than the one Rian Johnson was in. Moving on.
Headland's show, The Acolyte, will debut on Disney Plus on June 4th, costing roughly $180 million for 8 episodes and taking 4 years to make. It attempts 2 feats at once, pleasing old school Star Wars fans who can seem unpleasable, while telling an entirely new story. One that requires no prior knowledge of Star Wars and that showcases women and people of color. To be fair,
here's the thing.
Headland didn't say. Hold on. Headland didn't say that. That is an assertion by the author of this article.
That is also true. I would say to the person who wrote this article then that here's the thing. The first thing you must do when you make a story or a set of characters like this is make them likable, relatable, interesting, or engaging. To hell with all of the identity voodoo bullshit. If you prioritize the identity voodoo, above actually writing a good story with interesting characters or adding something to the world you're playing in, then you'll get the identity voodoo before you get anything of worth, in which case the resultant thing will be shit. Because if you prioritize something other than storytelling merit or interesting characters or a, worthwhile world when you are a writer, you'll get what you pay for. Whereupon the world building, characters, or storytelling will be secondary to whatever thing you decide to put before it. And the end result would be a shittier show than you otherwise would have had. Yeah. But that sidebar aside, it doesn't bode well for the show. And being as I, vaguely know what happened to the first 2 episodes of The Acolyte, it might explain some things. That someone somewhere prioritized identity nonsense over interesting characters, worthwhile storytelling, or adding something to the world that they're telling other than people of different skin tones or genders or whatever the fuck. Never mind that in Star Wars, of course, we have aliens, so any appeals to diversity should have been null to begin with. It never ceases to amaze me that these people will hyperfixate on the identity diversity of basic ass bitch human goddamn beings when the setting involved, explicitly centers non-human characters. And apparently this isn't good enough somehow. Moving on.
Alright. For the faithful, the Acolyte serves up scads of Jedi, a franchise fundamental than the other live-action Star Wars TV shows have, depicted sparingly or not at all. The opening scene in The Acolyte takes place in an eatery crowded with aliens, a callback to Mos Eisley Cantina from the first Star Wars movie in 1977. Over shoutouts to core fans, other shoutouts to core fans. We see you, we haven't forgotten about you, and sprinkled into the dialogue, may the force be with you, and I have a bad feeling about this. Makes an early appearance. Okay, I'm curious the context or
Yeah, if you don't
woven in to make it seem now.
Yeah, if you don't use it well, all that is how do you do, fellow kids? And speaking of someone who has, seen clips of the first episode and also quite in-depth reviews of the first episode, thank you, Little Platoon, I can tell you, from what I can see, it doesn't look like it was incorporated well. It looks like it was literally just thrown in as a surface level meme, which is not how you do world building. Surface level memes can be humorous, interesting, entertaining, whatever, but if you don't actually attach them to a character people are interested in or can relate to in some way, or a world that people find engaging or interesting on its own terms, or in a story that people find, worthwhile and edifying in its own way, then your memes will fall about as flat as any other meme, which is to say, here today, gone tomorrow. And here's another tip for you, especially when you're writing something epic like Star Wars. You should be trying for something as timeless and universal as possible because you want to build something that will last over the generations. That's another problem with trying to throw all this identity nonsense into a setting like Star Wars. Even if you like or are interested in or want the identity nonsense, which, I think I speak for both of us when I say we don't, but even assuming you wanted the identity nonsense is very much of the current moment, of the current time, of the, current version of modernity. and therefore is also not timeless. You do. I'm not saying no one has ever managed to do something that is very current and also grows to be timeless. But as a general rule, if you're shooting for one or the other, timelessness trumps modernity every fucking time. And if you try to force modernity into a very epic, very mythical, very over-the-top setting like Star Wars, it will seem like a external imposition on that universe, which will pull people right the fuck out of immersion, which will make them question things like, are the characters engaging? Is the story compelling? Is the world itself both interesting and being added to effectively? And if the answer to all three of those questions is no, then you have created bullshit that will, at best, offer nothing to people, and at worst, will likely piss them off and actually take things away from people. And therein lies the problem with most of Disney Star Wars. They keep trying to modernize something that is supposed to be, like, archetypical and timeless. And it usually just comes off as how do you do fellow kids at best, or fuck you the fans, we want to piss on your graves at worst. Anyway, moving on.
At the same time, the Acolyte embraces what people call New Star Wars, an era defined by diversity and expansion beyond the Skywalker saga, which started the purchase of the franchise in 2012. Amanda Sternberg stars as a dreadlocked warrior who has a complicated relationship with a Jedi Master played by Lee Jung Jae from Squid Game in his first English-speaking role.
By the way,
Jodie Turner-Smith.
Sorry.
Jodie Turner-Smith from Queen and Slim plays the lesbian leader of a regal coven of witches, while the Filipino-Canadian actor Manny Jacinto, The Good Place, appears as a shadowy traitor. In one of her more action-packed oriented roles since The Matrix, Carrie-Anne Moss plays a steely Jedi named Master Indara,
who dies in the very first episode. Her murder is what
Seriously?
kicks the show off. Yes. They have her in one fight scene, whereupon she is murdered. I assume there will be flashbacks to her throughout the series, because if not, why in all the fucks would you bother hiring Carrie-Anne Moss? But so far, having watched through episode 1, she dies in the very first episode, and the solving of her murder has been the majority of the show so far. And as for the leader of the Coven of Witches, we haven't met her yet, but knowing as I do how Ahsoka kind of butchered and ruined the Night Sisters, I should be I am the magic guy. I am the easiest sell in the world for you want to stick space witches into a thing. I am the one who is probably the most likely to give you a pass on that. But knowing as I do how Ahsoka pissed all over the legacy of the Night Sisters and, Dathomir in general, I don't have high hopes, and I would very much like it if you just left my favorite shit alone, if you can't be arsed to do it correctly. And so far, it doesn't seem like you're going to be arsed to do it correctly. But just to show you how anticlimactic all of this is, yes, Carrie-Anne Moss shows up in the first episode primarily just to be murdered. She does get a half-decent action scene in before she gets murdered, though, so I suppose that's, better than another way. It's not a John Connor in Terminator Dark Fate scenario where he shows up just long enough to get shot in the head as a child, but it's not that much better than that either. So, But moving on.
The Acolyte also breaks new ground behind the camera, while women have directed episodes of shows like The Mandalorian and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Headland 43 is the first to create a Star Wars series.
Okay, who are you as an individual? Miss Headland. I forgot your first name for a sec. Leslie. Who are you as an individual, Leslie? Because here's the thing. Women are a very, very fucking broad demographic. There are women of every different ideological stripe you can care to name, and several that probably aren't named yet. I don't care about your place in a collective. I care about who you are as an individual. Granted, that's my general approach to literally everyone I ever come into contact with. I don't care about your place in some kind of grand scale. I care about your place as an individual. But whenever anyone has to defer to their broader demographic in order to give themselves legitimacy, my first and primary question is, who are they as an individual? And if they can't tell me anything meaningful about them as an individual, then that's probably a bad sign. Moving on, though.
It was like working on Razor's Edge, she said during this interview, pushing her oversized glasses high on her nose. If thinking this is what people want from Star Wars, this is what people don't want, it can mess with your head. I mean, not entirely.
Good for you
not entirely
for at least acknowledging the thing. Like, again, it's better than Rian Johnson, whose approach seems to have been, I want to piss all over Star Wars. What's the most effective way I can piss all over it? So, like, at least she's aware of the burden she's taking on. It could be much, much worse. She doesn't seem to be actively resentful against the burden she's taking on either, which is also nice. Granted, in a sane world, those two things would be, bare minimum, but we seem to be looking a sane world very distantly in the rearview mirror at this point. Moving on.
During the creative process, she continued, I had to give myself the forgiveness as an artist to fall off a razor. As long as I got back up, that was my promise to myself.
Small thing, my dear. On some kind of paper, I understand the sentiment of, at some point you do just have to, fuck the haters and do your own thing. I do. But the other thing is, you seem to be falling in the writer's trap of the modern age, which is using the art as an ego stroking exercise. And that's not good. As difficult as that razor's edge might have been to walk, it was probably better that you try to stay on it and that you not quote unquote forgive yourself. And again, I know that trying to please everybody ends up pleasing nobody, and that is something that everybody has to come to terms with at some point. But honestly, you should try. Like, as difficult as it is to please everybody, you should at least try to see where as many people in your audience are coming from as possible. And if you can't do that, or you want to give yourself permission not to do that, that's probably going to end up being a bit of a problem. Because, contrary to what every art school in the world seems to be telling people now, art is not about the person who makes it. It's not. It's not some self-aggrandizing exercise. It's not even an excuse to, say something, which is another thing that art schools will never cease to tell people now, that art is all about what you're saying with it, Herder. Art is supposed to exist on something resembling its own terms. And the purpose of an artist is to, in some sense, serve their art, rather than the other way around. of forcing the art to serve the ego of the artist. And the fact that I even have to explain that anymore also is a sign that we are now looking a world that is sane in the rearview mirror. But yeah, no, I don't care what your art school 101 teacher told you, Leslie. The story you're telling is not about you. The story you're telling isn't even necessarily about the telling part. The story you're telling should exist on its own merits, if any merits can be found in it. And if no merits can be found in it, you should not be telling that story. You should be telling a story that actually has some merit to it. Please. Moving on.
From the second that any new Star Wars project comes into public view, Disney announced the Acolyte in 2020. Fans claw for information and pick apart what they find. It's part of what makes Star Wars so powerful. People care, but the attention also creates problems.
Only if you're psychotically obsessed with not giving people what they want or living up to the standards that they give.
Hold on. Dalton. Sorry, there's something else that kind of goes with that. It's like another paragraph, but I think if I read it, it gives a little better context.
Oh boy.
Rumors can solidify into facts. Some Star Wars obsessives, for instance, have worried that Headland's show breaks canon or tinkers with already established storylines in the franchise. The ultimate Star Wars crime. It does not.
I have questions about that because this is supposed to be set in the 1,000 years prior to Phantom Menace, and there is at least some canon to be had there. Granted, Disney likes to rewrite the canon at the drop of a hat now, so canon is almost meaningless at this point, but that in and of itself is a problem. You shouldn't hate or resent the fans for giving a shit about canon. You shouldn't hate or resent the fans giving a shit about characters being written properly or stories being told effectively. That's the kind of shit that you should hold your this is once again the problem. If you choose to hate on your audience and or their investment in the world that you're playing with, then all you're going to do is create anti-art. Art that has no consistent canon or meaningful characters or consistent mechanics or anything like that. And when you offer people that, people who already have a pre-established desire to see good things in the story and in the characters and in the world, you're just going to piss people off. And if you deliberately choose to piss people off, you can't then turn around and get mad at them for being pissed off. Like, if I kick someone in the balls, I cannot then get mad at them for doubling over in pain and doing the skinned knee thing from Family Guy. That's a natural consequence of doing that. Do you see? Well, deliberately pissing off or alienating your fans or the canon they care about is the same thing in this context. If you deliberately piss people off, you can't then get mad at them for being pissed off. Moving on.
Alright, in fact, Headland chose to place the Acolyte at the very beginning of the Star Wars timeline, so canonical issues would be minimal. The show is a mystery thriller. Someone is killing Jedis, set at a time when the Jedi are at their peak, the pre-Phantom Menace era that has been explored in Star Wars novels but never on screen.
Small point here, speaking of breaking canon. The 1,000 years prior to the Phantom Menace is not anywhere near the beginning of Star Wars canon, my dear. Like, going back I'm trying to think of how far you could feasibly go back before that, and it's quite a ways. Like, if you really, really wanted to go back to like the furthest possible point, um, in the like Star Wars continuity, you would probably be talking about the Jedi rather than the Jedi. The Jedi were the group that both the Jedi and the Sith sort of broke off from. They were uh, people who used both sides of the force in a balanced manner before the Sith and the Jedi broke off and decided to go at each other for the next several thousand years. Um, if you really wanted to go towards the beginning of the Star Wars timeline, that would probably be the easiest point to probably go with. And even then, you could probably like I don't know how you would possibly adapt the wills or the ones of Mortis into a show, but you could, in theory, maybe um, for go back and do a show about them, or maybe the Bendu sages, or the like deities of the Star Wars mythos, because there are deities in the Star Wars mythos. Um, like there are so many ways further back you could, in theory, go. I don't even think that the acolyte focuses on a period before the rule of two was instituted. I'm pretty sure that, like, canon-wise, this would take place during the reign of like Darth Tenebris, who was Plagueis's master. Um, so at least I think so, because it's 100 years before. It's 100 years before Phantom Menace. I keep doing that. Phantom Menace. Um, that the thing is set, which would before Sheev, who was in his 80s by the end, or actually no, he was in his 80s during the time of the Clone Wars, and he had well been pushing 100 by the time of Return of the Jedi. So before him, probably before Plagueis, even though Moon, which is Plagueis' species, are a little bit more long-lived than humans. So yeah, the earliest this could possibly be, as far as the Star Wars timeline is concerned, is under the reign of Darth Tenebris as the reigning Sith Lord. Um, I'm not even sure this would be before Yoda, um, unless we're playing silly buggers with the timeline, because Yoda was 800 by the time, 8 or 900 by the time of the events of the original trilogy and or the prequels. So this is nowhere near as ancient or as far back in the timeline as you want it to be. Like, at most, you might be able to blink and say it might be High Republic adjacent, but that's about as far as you'd be able to stretch it, probably. Moving on.
The only character in the Acolyte that previously existed anywhere in the franchise is a Jedi Master from novels named Vernestra Rowe. Hedlund cast her wife Rebecca Henderson in the role, giving her a lightsaber that can transform into a whip.
But okay, I will admit that I'm unfamiliar with Vanessa Rowe's like story, but again, I'm pretty sure she existed or was contemporaneous with Darth Tenebris, who was Plagueis' master. So we're not even that far down in the ranks of the Rule of Two era. We're just 2 cycles back before Sidious, before Plagueis. So yeah, this is nowhere near as ancient or as distant from canon as you want it to be. I wish it was, because then maybe I wouldn't be able to notice shit like this. But then again, the further back you go, the more canon breaking you can do. So maybe I shouldn't be hoping for older Star Wars stories from Disney, because that would probably ruin shit. Moving on.
Also, isn't like the lightsaber whip like a Sith thing?
I like the problem is like gimmick lightsabers really weren't a thing in the expanded universe, the original canon. Trick lightsabers were very much introduced kind of by the Disney Wars era. So in theory, I would think so because a whip is very aggressive and violent, and that is very much within like the Sith purview. But I don't fucking know because Disney changes its mind as to what is and isn't canon at the drop of a hat now, which is one of the mistakes they make when they try to build a new canon when most people, and by most people I mean literally everyone that I've ever spoken to on Star Wars who knows anything about Star Wars, would prefer if they had just kept the EU as canon because almost every character was treated better in the EU canon. The one thing that I will genuinely say was a good move on the part of Disney Wars is I like the idea that the color of the kyber crystal is a reflection of the force alignment of the user of that lightsaber. That does make a lot more sense, and it does make sense for lightsabers to have at least some mystical connection to them because it never made much sense to me why a highly spiritual race of wizard monks in space um, would use solely technological weapons like lightsabers. So having the kyber crystal change color based on the force alignment of the user is actually a good choice. It also means that the color isn't a cosmetic choice; it's an actual reflection of the character who's wielding it, which I also like. But that is literally the one change that I genuinely think might have been an improvement on the original canon. Everything else was better in the original canon. Moving on.
Leslie wanted this show to be accessible, no homework needed before watching, said Jocelyn Bio, the Ghanaian American writer, Headland and I'm sorry if I say his names wrong. I'm super terrible with them. To the writing team for the Acolyte, specifically because Bo was not a Star Wars devotee.
Again, I think it's a little bit weird to constantly be talking about how the people you get on a project aren't devotees of this IP. Because here's the thing: even if you want to hire someone who isn't a devotee of an IP to write an IP, it's kind of incumbent upon someone new to the IP to get familiar with the IP, to do the necessary research to not screw it up, to actually give a damn about what they're writing. And if they can't manage to do those three things, then they're better off not getting this job. I'm not saying that everyone who writes a thing needs to be obsessively familiar with the thing, but the people who aren't obsessively familiar with the thing at least have to understand it as part of their obligation to get as familiar with the thing as they possibly can to avoid world breaking shit or character maligning shit. Like, I'm not saying you have to be a lifelong fan of something to write it, but if you're tasked with writing it, you best get familiar but quickly, lest you start ruinous shit that you can't undo.
Moving on.
Hmm.
She asked me what I knew about Star Wars, and my answer was Harrison Ford runs around with a giant dog. Bo recalled, laughing, and Leslie said, "You're hired." I, I'm not really going to comment on that just because it's, that could just be a joke.
Yeah, it's possible that it might be a joke, but then again, it doesn't indicate to me that someone is taking this job seriously. And again, I'm not saying that everyone who ever writes on an IP has to be familiar with and obsessive about the IP. But if you're tasked with writing an IP, you darn well best get familiar, and you best take it at least somewhat seriously, because people actually do give a shit about this IP, and therefore you probably should be arsed with giving a shit about it.
All right, sorry, Giant Turtle. I'm just now seeing your stuff because I was on the other tab. Good to see you. I'm doing well. Hope you are too. Not sure what you mean by trick lightsabers, but the EU probably had more types than Disney canon. You had light whips, dual phase, which extended and retracted in length, light pikes, etc.
I mean, yeah, but I also wouldn't necessarily call them lightsabers, whereas in the new Disney canon, they kind of just think anything that has a plasma blade is automatically a lightsaber, no matter how much they change it. And that, again, is a sign of sloppy world building. Anyway, moving right along.
All right. She wanted to potentially invite new fans, people like me, BO said. The first Acolyte trailer, released in March, racked up 51.3 million views in its first 24 hours, a record for any live-action Star Wars series, including The Mandalorian, according to Lucasfilm. Sneak peek Acolyte footage released in theaters in early May, highlighting the show's unique martial arts sequences. Fan sites instantly deemed the fighting style forceful.
Yes. Small thing about this whole new fan thing. Being a new fan does not preclude you from the responsibilities of being a fan. Just like that thing I was saying earlier about how you don't necessarily have to be 100% familiar with an IP before signing on to it, but it is your task to get familiar. I can tell you this as a fan of many, many, many IPs through my life, and someone who does regularly acquire new fandoms. Just because I'm new to a fandom does not mean that I come in and go, oh, I know everything I will ever need to know automatically. No fan worth their salt would ever do such a thing. The standard practice when you become a new fan of something is to dive headfirst into the lore and get as familiar with the lore as possible. Like, as an example, I didn't come in to the Doctor Who fandom until the 11th Doctor showed up. But I did not assume that Christopher Eccleston was the first Doctor, like so many hipsters seem to have. I dove into the Wikipedias and the summary videos and the clips of Classic Who where I could find them, and Classic Who episodes where I could find them, and so on and so forth. That's what you're supposed to do when you become a new fan of something. In gamer terms, we would call that being a noob. But here's the thing. No gamer worth their salt would allow someone to remain in a state of noobdom. That's why the axiom "get good, scrub" exists. The goal of every gamer, or every gamer that likes dealing with people, which isn't everybody, is to take someone from a state of noobdom to a state of competence. And no amount of being new to a fandom is going to excuse you from not getting familiar with the fandom you are now new to. Being new means you are starting at the bottom and you have a lot to learn to work your way up. It does not mean you should just get comfortable on the bottom. Or that you should necessarily even be permitted to remain comfortable on the bottom, which is essentially why a lot of fandoms have these kind of wheedling metal tests, like, you should get good, scrub, and so on. It's encouraging you to, good, we're glad you came in the door, now actually engage with the material, please. Moving on.
All right. Giant Turtle, PS for the color part, I think that part is fine, albeit they stopped short of giving us the rainbow of colors from the EU. But I hate what they did with the Sith lightsabers, or I at least prefer the EU one. In the Disney canon, they spiritually wound the crystals. In the EU, there are natural red crystals, but the Sith usually have red because they make them artificially in a force ritual. Those are always red. Seems to fit their philosophy of bending the force to their will better, whereas Jedi are chosen by crystals and it's more like a partnership.
I mean, I actually don't mind the wounding the crystal thing because that does vibe with the whole bending the force to your will, making, and I do like the concept of making the crystal bleed. I think that does work. I agree with you that the ritual element from the EU canon is something that I always like because you know me, I'm a sucker for the magic. I wish that someone other than the Ewoks would find light side magic already, because apparently the Ewoks are the only people who know how light side magic works in setting. But yeah, I like that the Sith generally are more inclined to use Sith sorcery. Um, even though, like I say, someone other than the Ewoks, please discover light side magic, please. Um, but that's neither here nor there. I do like the concept of bleeding a crystal or having to take one and then break it, because that does vibe with the whole Sith code of through power I gain victory, through victory my chains are broken thing. But then again, I'm well aware that I might be the only one who likes that aspect of the new canon. The thing is, I do like that the crystals are more spiritual, it seems, in the new canon than they were in the previous canon, because it always bugged me that these highly spiritual, space wizards just essentially made a piece of technology, like somewhat of an anticlimax. So, like, the one thing about the Disney canon that I like is that they actually gave lightsabers a metaphysical function, not just a technological one. Anyway, moving forward.
Alright. The loud, primordial part of the Star Wars fandom has pushed back in incredible and predictable fashion. Why are there so many women, girls, and minorities increasingly dominating the ranks of the Jedi? Reads a comment on expressing a similar worldview.
Okay, generally speaking, I can't speak for the person whose comment you're citing here, but generally speaking, what people are fed up with is the insistence on intersectional feminist social justice talking points. It's not just that the characters are women, it's that they are capital W women in the feminist sense. It's not just that people of color or characters of color happen to exist. I mean, fucking Mace Windu was the Grand Master of the Order and nobody gave a fuck. It's that not only are these characters hyper numerous, which, aside from anything else, I just think there are too many human characters in Star Wars to begin with. I think there should be more diversity in terms of species, which is organic to the universe, but that's neither here nor there. But more to the point, the new characters, unlike the previous characters, come with ideological baggage, ideological precepts, ideological axioms that they must operate within, i.e., characters can't be individuals with their own individual backstories and individual narratives because they're too busy being an exemplar of one or more demographic categories, which is bullshit. What makes a good story, at least in part, is individual characters. And if you want to tell me that, for example, Luke Skywalker and old Ben and Han Solo were all supposed to be the same character because they happened to be white men, then you are high as fuck. This is the problem. At least in the previous paradigm, where, yes, white people might have been slightly overrepresented, who gives a fuck, characters were not seen as interchangeable parts of a given demographic. They were allowed to be individuated characters. And one of the major problems of modern day Star Wars writing, or modern day writing in general, is characters aren't allowed to be individuated characters because they're too busy being the embodiment of some kind of identitarian oversoul or some shit. A platonic hive mind, if you will. Like, I like Mace Windu because he is Mace Windu. I don't give a shit about the fact that he is a black man. As an example. Moving on.
Alright, during Turtle, Don, do you have a problem with them doing things like flying in spaceships? Why wouldn't they use tech? Also, in EU, they previously used force-imbued blades, and some Sith still prefer it. And IIRC in the EU, they have weaker facsimiles of lightsabers that don't use kyber crystals, while it's said that it is really difficult for anyone without the Force to wield a lightsaber.
Yeah, I knew about the Force imbued blade and stuff. My point is, it does baffle me that these, space wizards would use a just random piece of technology rather than something that's actually tied in to the Force itself. Which is why, among the 1,001 changes that the Disney canon made to the EU canon, the one thing that worked for me is that the lightsabers now actually have a spiritual function instead of just a material one. I kind of do wish force teleportation was a thing. It would in my opinion be more interesting than them always having to use spaceships. But then again, I didn't make the universe, so adding force teleportation now would be kind of world breaking. And I'm with the ancient Sith on this one. Give me force impregnated blades back. It's cool. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. For I don't like it. To be fully honest, I don't.
You broke up.
Sorry. To go on Turtle's last comment, I always legitimately thought in order to turn the lightsaber on, you had to until it's revealed that it has a button. Hello?
Sorry, I was reading Dragon Turtle's comment. But that's the thing. I don't mind upping the Jedi's powers in that way. Not saying it should be universally applied to everything, but I'm saying that force teleportation would be an interesting power for them to have. Especially if force users were the only ones that could do it, and therefore everyone else had to fly in spaceships. That would be an interesting gimmick. It would essentially be kind of like the Ways in Dresden Files a little bit, where those that could would use that as a maybe not primary means of travel, because I'm fine with it being difficult if we did introduce force teleportation as a thing. Or maybe you could only force teleport to places you had already been before, or places that you were familiar with, or whatever the fuck. I don't care. But there are ways to introduce it without necessarily making it breaking, and it would be an interesting thing to dichotomize the Force users from the non-Force users. Granted, if it were up to me, there would be no such thing as midi-chlorians, and anyone could, with enough work, learn the Force, just like any other form of magic system, but you probably expected that, and it's been a bailiwick of mine for years to be like, no, these systems should be something that everyone can do. It should just be incredibly difficult to do. But that's, we live in a world where midi-chlorians are a thing. Thank you, George Lucas. And unfortunately, we can't uncanonize it now. Granted, I kind of wish there was, but, because I give a shit about canon, even canon that I dislike, unless it is changed by someone with the capacity to change it, probably should remain canon even though I dislike it. Midi-chlorians being probably the example. Fucking blood bacteria are the source of the Force, apparently.
Alright. Turns out you don't need the Force to turn it on just to keep it on, because any Jedi you fight who is out of your league in the Force can just turn it off for you. Okay.
Well, and the other thing is the main reason why the Jedi are capable of wielding lightsabers at all is because their bodies get amped with the Force. Like, they have enhanced flexibility, enhanced jump ability, etc. And given that lightsabers are an unstable technology, their blades are made of, cold plasma and shit, it does make sense that you would have to be someone with superhuman abilities in order to wield one. And yes, there's also the whole everyone, even non-Force users, have effectively a Force bubble, and anyone powerful enough can pierce your Force bubble and essentially fuck with you using the Force. So yeah, they can just turn it off. But yeah, again, like I said, if I were in charge of the Star Wars canon, one thing I might consider changing is we would get rid of midi-chlorians and we would go back to anyone who worked at it hard enough could learn how to use the Force. But I'm not in charge of these things, and a lot of people would probably be pissed off at me if I tried that anyway. So, unlike the SJWs, I'm not ideological enough to force the changes I like just because I like them. If only the SJWs would get that through their heads. Yes, midi-chlorians suck. Yes, I would very much like if the Force was a skill thing, like every other form of magic kind of should be. But I am not inclined to change it because I know it would piss people off, and I know people are attached to the current canon, so I'm not going to fuck with people. Granted, if a large enough percentage of the fandom agreed with me that midi-chlorians are stupid, and most people do, and could be convinced that the Force should be a skill-based thing rather than a you just have it or you don't thing, I might consider doing that if a large enough percentage of the fandom agreed with me, but that's neither here nor there.
Easier to the Force and grow with your Force ability.
Hang on, reading it.
Can I read it?
I mean, in theory, yes, but I still think tying the Force to blood bacteria was a stupid concept to begin with. Because it takes something that until that point was highly spiritual in nature and turns it into essentially Psychers from 40K. And in fact, not even Psychers from 40K, because at least Psychers from 40K, there's an open question as to how much of it is your brain and how much of it is your mind. But nah, according to according to Phantom Menace, blood bacteria, or would give you access to the Force. Apparently. And we lost Brainstormer again. But yeah, I don't like the midi-chlorians. I know a lot of people don't like the midi-chlorians. But I would go one step further and just make the Force a skill thing, primarily. I mean, like with any talent, you can have people who are stronger in the Force or weaker in the Force. But it's like with any magic system. I do not like the idea that it's something you can just either have or not have. It should be something that you can develop, even if you're, as no magi as they come, so to speak. Because at that point, you're basically dealing with a type of mutant rather than an actual spiritual discipline. And like 90% of the Star Wars canon relies on the Force being a very spiritual, very metaphysical thing that everything that's alive is connected to. So if everything that's alive is connected to it, then everything that's alive should at least have the potential to develop access to it and use it. Okay, Brainstormer's back. Testing. Speak. His audio went out again. That happened the last time he had to reboot. But yeah, I'm sure it doesn't surprise you, DT, that these are my thoughts on how the Force should, in theory, work. But yeah, I suppose I will forever be dying on the skill-based magic system hill, which again doesn't preclude the potential for natural talent or natural gifts, but it should be like any other skill. Just because some 5-year-old is born with perfect pitch doesn't prevent, Johnny come lately from learning how to play the piano. It's just some people have perfect pitch and some people have to work their asses off to obtain skill in a thing. It's not as if you're either born with the ability to play a piano or your hands just don't work that way. And in my opinion, magic systems should very much be the same way. Yes, you can have people of more talent or less talent, or more natural ability or less natural ability, but you should be able to grind it if you need to. As in, put your nose to the grindstone and work at it.
Alright, hello.
Okay, testing.
Hello?
If you are speaking, I cannot hear you again.
Hello?
Testing.
Hello? Hello? Alright, hello?
Okay, you can hear him, I can't hear him. So I will be back, and we will try this yet again.
Hello, Giant Turtle. Alright. Alright, well, let me regale you with a song called Grief, Where is your little son lost, John? Tears, John. Tears, John. Bruised in the rain with his overalls, with one shoe off and one shoe. Tears, John. Tears, John. And
Okay, but are we back on some kind of schedule again?
can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Just for the record, a musical movie called Arnold. I'd highly recommend it. It's actually a really good. It's good. All right. Give me 1 second. Make sure. Right. 1 sec.
Okay, I just now saw your comment about what we were talking about, what Brainstorm was getting his shit together. I fundamentally disagree. I don't like the idea of being. I don't like the idea of. Okay, I again in my understanding or my preferred execution of this, you're only born with it insofar as somebody can be like born with perfect pitch, or somebody can be born with like eidetic memory or something like that. That doesn't mean that it shouldn't be a skill that everyone has the capacity to learn. Like I say, just because young Juliet was born with a Juilliard level perfect pitch doesn't prevent Sam from working his butt off all his life and learning how to play the violin.
So, can we move on?
Yes. Now I can see the thing. So, moving along.
It is a version of the same misogyny and racism that created Rey, the female Jedi, played by Daisy Ridley, who made her debut in The Force Awakens in 2015, and that drove Kelly Marie Tran off social media when she appeared in The Last Jedi, 2017.
And yet no one had a problem with Leia, or Jocasta Nu, or Asajj Ventress, or Ahsoka Tano, or Barriss Offee, or like
Padme Amidala.
The list goes on. Never mind Mother Talzin, the Night Sisters, and every freaking witch on Dathomir, an entirely female freaking race of Force user witches. So like, or the daughter being the like nobody even batted an eye when the daughter existed. Like the entire embodiment of the light side of the Force is literally female, and yet nobody gave a shit. Because they were not ideological feminist constructs, they were individual female characters with their own fucking agency and shit. That's the difference. Because instead of prioritizing some alleged, like, ideological camaraderie, they focused on making interesting individual characters with interesting individual talents and abilities. Unlike Rey, who is universally good at everything and is a blank slate character with no personality to speak of her own, and never ever has to deal with the consequences of being born as a, offspring of a Palpatine clone. Like that would. This is the thing. Before Last Jedi, I actually did believe that Rey was the descendant of Palpatine. That was a fan theory that I had long before Last Jedi even came out, let alone before Rise of Skywalker brought the possibility up. Because my thinking was we were going to have a child of the dark side in Rey have to redeem the sins of her bloodline, just like we have Kylo Ren, the grandson of the grandson of Anakin Skywalker, the heir to the Skywalker bloodline, fall to the darkness. Because that way we have someone who is, fated to be a villain having to earn her status as a good person, and someone who is, fated to be heroic falling to the darkness. And then you could have Rey also have to redeem Kylo in turn. That would have been the way I would have gone about it, because it would have focused on Rey as an individual character having to actually struggle with an arc that actually matters to her individually and to the universe at large. But instead, we got her essentially going, "Well, you don't define me, Grandpa," and never ever having to deal with the fact that her innate gift with the Force has anything to do with her bloodline or redeeming it or any metaphysical significance whatsoever, which is just silly.
Moving on. Okay, so for the sake of time, I know it's still relatively early, but I would like to get a little bit more through this article before you guys have another discussion.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Moving along.
I think Kennedy Heroes Lucasfilm has experienced it with rap in an episode. Cartoon feedback to Star Trek creators over and over. But can it Lane Gay? I mean, that's South Park. They always they take the piss out of it.
Yeah, and let's not act like it wasn't warranted, because she literally explicitly said things like the Force is female, or that she explicitly had a feminist or social justice agenda, and that she hired Rian Johnson, who explicitly wanted to make an anti-Star Wars movie, wherein the only thing that the long-standing grudge of the Jedi and the Sith, the only thing those two factions can apparently agree on is the past must die, burn it down if necessary, which is explicitly postmodern gobbledygook, explicitly the neo-Hegelian dialectical approach to history, explicitly the fuck the metaphysical significance of the past, we want a progressive materialistic future, which is bullshit, given that, for all that I might give the Jungian archetypalist shit, Star Wars was explicitly created to be a test case for, can you make a Jungian infused story? It was essentially George Lucas trying to do Carl Jung and Joseph Campbell a proof of concept, which he successfully managed to do. I would argue largely because of stuff that he added on top of that template, like the infusion of spaghetti Western ethos, or Buck Rogers and Flash Gordon type sci-fi and old school adventure serials. But he did at least intend it and, actually construct it as a Jungian or Joseph Campbellian proof of concept. And therefore, going against that ethos is bound to ruin one of the things that make Star Wars work, if anything. Moving on.
Some trolls have nicknamed Headland series the Woke Light, or Woke Light. In a brief telephone interview, Kennedy's support for the Acolyte was steadfast. My belief is that storytelling does need to be representative of all people, she said. That's an easy decision for me. Operating within these giant franchises now with social media and the level of expectation, it's terrifying, Kennedy continued. I think Leslie has struggled a little bit with it. I think a lot of the women who step into Star Wars struggle with this a bit more because of the fan base being so male dominated. They sometimes get attacked in ways that can be quite personal.
Again, no. Nobody gave a shit when it was Leia. Nobody gave a shit when it was Cara Dune. Nobody gave a shit when it was Asajj Ventress, the Night Sisters, all the witches of Dathomir. Like the list goes on and fucking on. Because nobody gives a shit that they're female characters. They give a shit because they're explicitly ideologically intersectional feminist characters. And speaking of the whole everyone deserves to be represented or representation must apply to everyone thing, what about the people who aren't ideologically aligned with you? This is once again another example of you appear to want every kind of superficial diversity except for the diversity that matters. Diversity of thought, diversity of worldview, diversity of ethos, diversity of diversity of ideology. Those are the kinds of diversity that matter. Those are the kind of diversity that actually can be at least somewhat the basis for a story. But you want every kind of diversity except for ideological diversity. You in fact want superficial identitarian decal diversity, as I like to call it. You can have any color palette or any decal that you want, but you can't change the ideological software of the thing inside the case effectively. I.e., you want everyone to be ideologically indistinguishable from each other, but with a bunch of superficial decals everywhere. Do you see how that's the wrong way around, especially for creating a long-lasting or universalistic story? I would much rather a world in which everyone looked. Again, I should rephrase. I see no problem with something that is ideologically pluralistic and racially or ethnically or identitarianly diverse. But if you make a dichotomy of those two things, if you make a dichotomy whereby you can either be identitarian diverse or you can be worldview diverse, you can be pluralistic, then I'm going with ideological diversity and pluralism every fucking time. Because no amount of swapping out the decals or swapping the color schemes is going to make characters relatable, likable, interesting, or engaging, which is important. And it's not going to make the worlds they have to inhabit any more interesting either, especially if the ideology that you're forcing down everyone's throat and forcing to be totalitarian in that way is so myopically simplistic, which social justice is, just like any other subcategory of the neo-Hegelian pipe dream. Again, fuck you, Hegel, you ruined the last 200 years with your bullshit, but that's neither here nor there. Moving on.
All right. As a fan myself, I know how some Star Wars declining specific examples. I felt it myself. She followed up with a text message. I stand by my empathy for Star Wars fans, she wrote, but I want to be clear. Anyone who engages in bigotry, racism, or hate speech, I don't consider a fan.
Okay, but even if your characterization of these people were accurate, which it isn't, but even assuming that the characterization of these people was accurate, the bigot's dollar is still a dollar. The bigot's fandom is still a fandom. Just because someone might have different political views than you doesn't prevent them from being invested in a setting that is supposed to have universal or timeless appeal, which again, that is the important part of Star Wars or indeed any fandom. The parts that are universal and appeal to something that is, timeless about, the human condition. Again, is your character likable, relatable, engaging, or otherwise interesting? To hell with whether they represent anything or whether they, are the embodiment of some sort of demographic. If you make a character who is likable, engaging, interesting, compelling, etc., it doesn't matter what they look like. It doesn't matter what they, what they are. You can go full non-human characters, and as long as they are likable, relatable, interesting, compelling, etc., no amount of dehumanization will actually change that they are interesting. I mean, look at what Pixar does. A large part of what Pixar does is making us project personalization onto things that are not human. Cars, robots, toys, emotions, disembodied souls, creatures of the afterlife, etc., and so on. But they manage it because when Pixar is at least firing on all cylinders, they can make those characters relatable, likable, interesting, compelling, engaging, etc., which is far more important than whether those characters are in any way representative of anything. You can go full non-human character, and as long as they are likable, relatable, engaging, etc., people will have something to latch on to. Moving on.
Story.
You went robo again. Okay, you're fine now, never mind.
I also sneezed.
Well, I guess
Okay.
it was a good
So
time
they
for you to
started.
go robotic then. Also, bless you. I didn't hear it, but sorry.
Star Wars projects aren't known for personal and idiosyncratic filmmaking. The production and marketing budgets are simply too high. The storytelling must appeal to the widest possible audience to make the numbers work. Rian Johnson, who directed Last Jedi, told the New York Times in 2017 that he didn't need his own stamp on the franchise. It would have been news if you came into this saying, "How do I make this mine?" he said.
And therein lies at least part of the problem. The art you make is not about you. Your job is to service the art. This is once again a problem we have with art school nonsense in this day and age. So many artists see art as a tool for their own self-aggrandizement rather than something that they should serve or something they should subordinate their desires and whims to. And it's one of the many reasons why modern day writing is such shit, because too many people are too busy using their art as a ego massaging exercise and less time focused on actually creating anything of meaningful or intersubjective or objective worth. I'm not saying, no part of you is ever going to leak into the art you create. What I am saying is that metaphysics or no freaking metaphysics, we should probably return to a status quo where the job of the artist is to serve the art, not the other way around. There are many other problems with the modern day art school approach of doing things, but that is certainly one of them that I would suggest that we should get rid of.
Moving on.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Kennedy, however, pushed Hedlund to do just that with The Acolyte. You've written a great Star Wars show, Kennedy told her in 2019 in response to early scripts. Now go write a Leslie Hedlund show. Kennedy had read one of Hedlund's plays, Cult of Love, which explores a complicated relationship between siblings. It's about her personal experience, Kennedy said, and it was just so well done and incredibly emotional. I remember reading that and saying, Leslie, this is exactly what you should tap into as you write this story for us.
Okay, this actually makes the show make a lot more sense now, because and this is gonna be really funny when I get done explaining this. The core plot of the show, so far as I've seen in the first 2 episodes, from reviews, from clips, and from everything else, is that Carrie-Anne Moss's character is murdered by an assassin, um, and that assassin has a twin sister who is a former Jedi, and people are now mistaking the twin sister who was a former Jedi for the twin sister who is an assassin. So yeah, I guess Kathleen Kennedy didn't mean write what you know in a sort of abstract, sense. She literally just went, take this play and turn it into a Star Wars thing, because that appears to be literally what she did. She literally took the subplot about the twins and their relationship and made it the primary thrust of a freaking Star Wars show, inexplicably. And Kathleen, my darling, as I said to Leslie just now, art does not exist to be your ego massaging device, and nor should it. If you're literally just telling your creatives to reskin something they've already written and put a few nods to Star Wars in it, no wonder you are utterly failing this franchise and this IP, and no wonder the fans are pissed at you. Yes, write what you know is definitely a thing, and yes, it can be useful, and yes, someone with actual meaningful life experiences or erudition can pull from various different sources to create a good story, or just to frame things correctly. In my case, I often do that because I'm good at figuring out where things, tie into like broader philosophy or mythology or whatever the fuck. But the thing is, write what you know isn't supposed to be directly literal. It's supposed to be use your life experience and or like academic interests to inform the story in some sense, to make it more lived in, to make it more actualized, to make it more quote unquote real, which is not an appeal to realism, by the way. It's just saying, if you want to make a world at least potentially as three-dimensional as the real world, you have to carry through some of the value therein. Not in the realism sense, but in the, to create something that is as substantive as the real world, you might want to sprinkle some substance in accordingly at some point. Which actual writers who aren't interested in narcissistic ego tripping can actually do if they have enough life experience and or enough academic experience to pull from in doing so, but not if you force them to be 100% literal all the time, Kathleen. No wonder you are Darth Kenneteus the incompetent. Moving on.
All right. Explaining exactly how Hedlund took Kennedy's advice would spoil a major plot point in Acolyte. Let's just say that Hedlund heightened a clash between characters. I have a very strained relationship with my younger sister, and I feel like one of the reasons it is strained is that we both see each other as the bad guy, Hedlund said. And if I was going to tell a story about bad guys, it seemed to me that the place to start should be a familiar relationship with one person is adamantly convinced of her correctness, and the other is also adamantly convinced of her correctness.
Okay, again, sweetheart, when they tell you to write what you know, they're not being literal. And if all you can do is literal reskins of something that literally happened to you in real life, then you're kind of creatively borked. If you have no means to extrapolate or abstract something from your real existence and like reskinning it or remixing it or something, then you really shouldn't be taking the advice of write what you know, because your first port of call, I guess, should be have more formative life experiences. Because if you literally only ever have one story in you, and that story is a one-to-one replication of something that actually happened to you, then you just might not have like I'm it it's it feels a bit icky for me to literally say, "Are you sure you're not autistic?" But unironically, being this goddamn one-to-one literal makes me ask the question, are you absolutely sure you're not autistic? Because I can't think of many other mental disorders that would cause that much literalness in you. Moving on.
Alright. We don't speak headline on it. I think this will be a surprise to her. She wouldn't say anything more on the topic except to emphasize that she has a good relationship with her other sister who helped make a visual presentation that Hedlund used to pitch The Acolyte to Lucasfilm. Hedlund described her concept in the meeting as Frozen meets Kill Bill. Kennedy bought it on the spot.
Okay, then at least some of the stupid that I just blamed Leslie for is Kathleen's fault. Because you either encouraged her to hashtag write what you know and didn't spot that she took it 100% literal, or she might have had a better idea for a Star Wars show and you told her to write what she knows in the most literal goddamn sense. Either way, someone is catching a little bit of the tism here, because no one who isn't severely on the spectrum is quite that goddamn literal when people say things like write what you know. Most of us can at least implicitly understand, even some of us that are a little bit spurgy can implicitly understand that they mean it in the abstract sense, not the write a one-to-one recreation of something that actually happened to you, reskinned with Star Wars stuff in it. That's really stupid. And again, I'm not even sure I'm willing to call it stupid. It just seems to be a frankly quite literally autistic level of literally mindedness, which is not a good trait for a writer. If you can't like if you're a writer and you have no capacity for creativity in like an abstract or remixing sort of sense, then you are destined to be a rather shit writer. Moving on.
All right. Sternberg, the show star, said Leslie really is driven by emotion and heart and relationships. So even though our show is within the Star Wars universe and set in outer space in a galaxy far, far away, it's really a family drama. Okay, you act like Star Wars hasn't had fucking drama, especially family drama. Like literally, that is the whole point of the Skywalker saga.
Yeah, the like the driving force, quite literally, of Star Wars, apart from the actual the force, is quite literally a like pseudo sacred mythical family drama of immaculate conception in the form of Anakin, chosen one prophecy in the form of the Jedi Order, the fall of the tragic hero in the form of Anakin, and then of course the redemptive sins of the father arc in the form of Luke's story. So like not to mention the fact that when he first met her, Luke kissed his sister like you would kiss a romantic partner. But let's not look into that.
Want to point out, because everyone makes the joke and shit. But one, she kissed him, and two, it was only to get back at Han, who annoyed her. I feel like the context is key for that. The context is key for that scene, people. Let's be honest.
No, it is, and yes, you're right. But I'm just saying, like, and as borked as that setup kind of is, it was even paid off in Return of the Jedi when Luke was essentially trying to recruit Leia by explaining that the Force is strong in his family and that she was his sister, which a better sequel trilogy probably would have touched on at some point, but didn't because reasons. But yeah,
We
drama
should
in
put.
the Star Wars universe is not a foreign concept, especially where family drama is concerned.
Look at Anakin's whole arc prequel series.
I mean, especially if you consider the relationship between master and apprentice kind of a found family father-son relationship, or mother-son relationship, depending on what you know what I'm saying. The relationship between master and apprentice being an ersatz parental relationship, which is why the one emotional expression that the Jedi Order allows is like an emotional attachment to your Padawan or to your master. Dooku, even after going to the dark side, still wants Yoda's approval and to show Yoda how powerful he's become. Mace Windu, even as he was the Grand Master of the Jedi Order, still valued Yoda's approval. Anakin constantly wants Obi-Wan's approval in the entire prequel trilogy. Hell, even their dialogue in the fourth movie, which is the fourth movie that came out chronologically, the opening line of their duel, the duel that ends up killing Obi-Wan, is literally, "When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master," which is literally him basically teasing Obi-Wan and going, "Tee hee, you thought I was the apprentice, and now look at you," and blah blah blah. Like even that, when you've seen the prequels, you can interpret even that as kind of an ersatz family wheedling each other sort of way, which is also why it's tragic when Obi-Wan does inevitably have to and fails to kill Anakin, because when he says, "You were my brother and I loved you," he's not really being all that metaphorical, given that one of the flaws of Obi-Wan and Anakin's relationship is while other master and apprentice duos do have a quasi-parental relationship, because they were so close in age and because Anakin is so much inherently more powerful in the Force than Obi-Wan, their relationship was more like brothers, which is why Anakin becomes an impulsive little shit, because he didn't have the father figure that he needed, which was either Qui-Gon or Mace Windu or maybe even Yoda, but he had a older brother to look after him effectively.
All right. Sorry, I'm back.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hedlund had directed indie films, Bachelorette, Sleeping with Other People, and served as a showrunner for Russian Doll, the hit Netflix comedy about a New Yorker, Natasha Lyonne, caught in a reincarnation loop. But she had never managed a big budget production.
I mean, I think you might be overstating the case with the idea of a hit series, because I've never heard of Russian Doll. It's never even it's never really even come up in my recommended feed on Netflix, which you would think that if it were that big of a hit, it probably would have been on the top performers or top picks at some point. But nah. Moving on though.
She lacked her experience she made up for with Star Wars geekdom. Hedlund became a Star Wars superfan as a teenager. It was an apocalyptic period in her life, or at least it felt that way. "I had no friends," she recalled. "I ate my lunch in the bathroom. She found solace among the misfits in George Lucas's space operas, discovering books like Timothy Zahn's Heir to the Empire, and collecting action figures. When Lucas released the special editions of his first 3 Star Wars movies, Hedlund lined up at a local theater on opening night. A few years ago, she had Ralph McCoy's concept art for Princess Leia tattooed on her right arm. I respect that. I'll be
Yeah,
honest.
no, that is a highly respectable level of fandom, which tells me maybe that the one to blame for why the Acolyte is so far rather borked is Kathleen Kennedy for insisting on, hey Leslie, put that story I like in
No.
Star Wars.
So the weird thing is, the story itself doesn't sound bad from what we're getting. I think, obviously, again, my whole thing that I've always said, which honestly should be my catchphrase at this point, is there's no bad idea, only just poor execution.
Yeah, and it could have worked, but it's like just from the bit that we got earlier about how Leslie handed in her first draft and Kathleen said, "You did a good job making a Star Wars story. Now give me a Leslie Headland story." A good producer wouldn't have done that because it sounds to me actually, and now I actually have quite a bit of empathy for Leslie here. It sounds to me actually like she did a good job the first time. Like she did actually write a Star Wars story, and then Kathleen Kennedy kind of insisted that she write a Leslie Headland story on top of the Star Wars story that she had written. A good producer or a good editor or whatever the fuck would have said, okay, this is good, now give me a second draft of it that's more of the same. But Kathleen actually seems to want the like art school levels of bullshit. So she insisted that Leslie take that story that she wrote that Kathleen liked and put it in Star Wars. Which, one, that's extreme narcissism on Kathleen's part, because I liked this completely unrelated story, stick it in there. But two, it's actually taking something that sounds like it has the potential to have been good, which is Leslie actually doing what she was supposed to do, and take her role as a Star Wars writer relatively seriously, and insisting that she project herself onto it unnecessarily. Because you wanted art school cred, I guess. Which raises the question, I kind of want to read the original draft now, because if the original draft was more Star Warsy and less self-inserty, there's a good chance it actually might have been better.
Well, again, bitches meets Kill Bill.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
It genuinely sounds though that Leslie actually did her job the first time, and then Kathleen insisted on put a self-insert in it, make it gay, so to speak. And as a result, I am now gonna more like in future when I watch more of The Acolyte, I'm probably gonna blame Kathleen for more of the stupid than I am going to blame Leslie. Sounds like Leslie actually has the heart of a geek beating in her somewhere, but Kathleen wanted the art school dropout bullshit. Moving on.
Alright. Star Wars has been a part of my personality since I can remember, Hedlund said. So working on the show has been a dream. I had to take my shot. Just pause for a moment. If it doesn't succeed, it's because of me, she said. That's really scary to think about. No, I'm not going there, she said, climbing back on that razor's edge.
Again, Leslie, judging by this article and judging by what Kathleen told you to do and judging by what you handed in the first time, Nah, I'm actually gonna absolve you of responsibility at least a little bit on this one. Um, because you were an inexperienced writer whose superior told you to self-insert nonsense. So a lot of what doesn't work about the Acolyte, which again is basically the foundational premise, is more so Kathleen's fault for not being a good editor for you or not being a good producer for you. I think in a healthier environment where you had a producer who actually gave a fuck about pleasing the fans or gave a fuck about Star Wars, you could have actually handed in something relatively decent. Um, you were kind of self-sabotaged by bad upper management, it seems like. I think based on that article, my guess is that Leslie Headland's instincts with regards to Star Wars are actually pretty good. It's just that Kathleen literally pulled a put a chick in it and make her gay a la South Park and kind of nerfed her. And Leslie seems to be an inexperienced enough writer, not to mention slightly on the spectrum, we must admit, that she just did what her boss told her to do. Which, shame on you, bad executive producer, bad. You gave a first time writer bad advice, and it backfired horribly.
All right. Well, this again. This is the last article before we move on to the last topic. This is what Don wanted to talk about because he's been obsessed with it lately.
Yes, it really is living rent free in my head. All hail Alistair, the radio demon, and his basedness.
All right, so this is originally from CBR.com or Comic Book Resources. Has-Been Hotel creator addresses the future of Prime Video series. It's written by Manuel Dimigilo. Fucking flies, man.
Well, I mean, it is June. Flies are a son of a bitch in the summertime. Anyway, shall we continue on?
Yeah. Has-Been Hotel creator, showrunner Vivian Madrano teased her long-term vision for the project. Well, actually, before we do, I guess we should give context for anyone who hasn't either seen the show or doesn't know what it is, and also kind of our opinions on it.
Yes.
Why don't you go first? Because I feel like I got a little longer of a thing to say.
Okay. The premise of Has-Been Hotel, such as it is the daughter of Lucifer and Lilith, whose name is Charlie or Charlotte. She decides to open up a hotel in hell, to essentially rehab sinners, in the hopes that if sinners can purify themselves of their sins, they can then ascend to heaven. The problem being, heaven are at best emotionally distant bureaucratic assholes, and at worst actively a little bit sadistic about killing demons, and therefore they don't really give a damn about redeeming sinners or allowing them to ascend. Meanwhile, the various machinations of heaven and hell are building in the background because heaven decided that because so many people were going to hell, hell was being overpopulated, and thereby giving inordinate amounts of power to the high-ranking demons in hell, aka the overlords, because the more souls the overlords have access to, the more powerful they are, and therefore, according to heaven's line of thinking, the bigger the threat is to heaven. The sort of meta premise is that Charlie is kind of a Disney princess type character, and that Has-Been Hotel itself is a musical set in hell. And it is glorious, in my opinion.
Okay, so, and Don and I have had our own discussions about this show. So I liked the idea and the premise, and I had actually seen the pilot when it was published on YouTube about 4 years ago, like in 2020.
Yeah. Which
Um,
I guess I should have mentioned that it was originally a YouTube show that got picked up by A24 and Amazon.
mhm. I liked the pilot, and I liked a lot of the fan stuff that surrounded it. Um, but when I would see the actual show, I I was less than impressed.
Hmm.
Mainly just because there are certain what can I say? There are certain flaws that kind of take me out of it.
Cough, cough, pacing, cough.
Yeah, that is the big one. That's the big one. And the second biggest one for me, at least, and is the lack of dramatic weight. Um,
I think everyone and their mother at this point has talked about the pacing issues. The
yeah,
main problem, the main problem, such as it is, and it's related to what we're probably going to talk about in this article. Vivian Madrano originally wanted between 15 and 16 episodes per season, but A24 would only greenlight 8 episodes per season. And so Vivian was essentially forced to jam 16 episodes worth of content into 8 episodes worth of actual screen time. But A24 didn't give her hour-long episodes, which would have been double the, original pitch time. Instead, they gave her half an hour episodes and only 8 of them, and she had to make do with that. That's why I'm not particularly harsh on a lot of the pacing issues, because if you pitch something to have 15 to 16 episodes and it ends up only having 8 episodes, you either have to cut out a bunch of shit, which would have made the show worse, or you have to find a way to jam 16 episodes worth of content into 8 episodes worth of screen time. And given that restriction, I think she did a pretty decent job. As far as the dramatic
uh,
weight issue, um, a lot of the dramatic weight is contained within the song numbers because there are two songs per episode. But
I
I can understand why someone who's not inclined to like musicals or isn't used to that kind of weight happening in songs would find the non-musical portions of the episode lacking.
more
You're
niche kind
roboting
of.
again. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Now you're back.
I do like musicals for more niche, offbeat, not classic musicals like you were on.
Mm-hmm.
I just like, even with the songs, which are good. I'm not going to deny that the songs are really good.
Oh, we lost him. And now he's back again.
Can you hear me?
Yes. You were talking about the songs.
Okay. Yeah, when the songs, even out of the songs, the musicals I listen to still have emotional weight and essence, are able to take things seriously. I think the issue is mainly because I have seen too many shows do this in recent time, is that a lot of the times doesn't really feel like anyone's taking anything seriously when there are serious stakes being had.
I mean, I can understand it.
Also,
Obviously, it is.
again, maybe it's just also
Obviously,
just being.
sorry. Go ahead.
Again, I think it'll also be me and my own personal taste that I prefer things to be a little more serious and have a little more uh, a little more weight to them.
In the show's defense, I think that especially some of the later episodes in the season did indicate that as the show goes along, things will get a little bit heavier.
I don't know. I think also just the curse, like the constant cursing, kind of turns me off a bit. Where it just doesn't feel organic. Actually, it feels like it's just put in there. Again, that's like a
I mean,
nitpick. I'll be quite honest. I get they're in hell and they're bad people and shit, but oh, it's just even the cursing just feels out of place to me.
it doesn't really bother me so much because I swear like a fucking sailor. So like to me that just sounds like people talking the way people would normally talk, and like you say, it is hell, so that also buys a lot back. But
I don't know.
I I can understand why some people would find it off-putting. There are times where I occasionally think it goes a little bit too far. Like they'll just insert the word fuck like mid-sentence for no adequately explicable fucking reason. And it does sometimes it even cuts down the drama. Like like much as I love the character of Alistair, and he is by far and away, I think, the best character in the show so far. There is a moment where I feel
Only
like the
you.
F bomb.
No, please finish your thought,
No,
and
go
I'll say
ahead.
what I was gonna say.
Mhm.
I was gonna say that only you would be. To be fair, no, everyone really likes Alistair. So
I was gonna say I felt like that was where you were gonna go with it. And I was gonna counter with every I like the fandom seems split on whether Alistair or Angel Dust are the best characters, and I like Angel Dust. In fact, I actually had a dream like last night where Angel Dust in human form was suddenly there for some reason, um, and I don't really know why. But even though I like Angel Dust and he's an interesting character and he's probably the most emotionally centric character, Alistair and I are just like Alistair has such kindred spirit vibes for me. Granted, it's not even the first time I've felt like a kindred spirit for a Cannibal character because I'm a massive Hannibal Lecter fanboy. So there is
okay.
that as well.
So anyway, the thing is though, without the Hazbin Hotel show coming out, there wouldn't be like a bunch of AUs that I got
Hmm.
and makes giving them more, whole ones, but only got approved for 8. So I will be lenient towards that.
Hmm.
But yeah, again, it's just the dramatic weight and stuff is lacking for me, and that's kind of what turns me off the most, I think, from the show. And like you said, it could get more serious down the line, but right now I'm just not holding my breath.
Well, the thing is, and this gets back
You're
to
not going to
the
look. Don't. I'm going to
sorry,
be fully honest. You're not going to, just like how I'm not going to convince you to change your mind on something. You're not going to change my mind on this.
and that's fair. I was just gonna point out that it kind of goes back to the cutting the episode count in half thing because
Again, again, I'm lenient on that. I understand that.
yeah.
I'm just saying. Like, obviously it can be better. No bad,
Yeah.
no bad idea, just poor execution. I'm not saying it was poor execution because it was. Granted, it's from they literally were like an indie team that were given the money to make an official thing, and they did rather well considering. So
Yeah.
respect for that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Also, it is worth noting that Vivian has a lot of ideas as to how to make the show have a much larger scope, and I do think that will bring in
although
more of the weight you're talking about.
weirdly, fair enough. Weirdly though, I will be fully honest. I think another issue I have, and this is like so inconsequential, I will concede to that. But just given, and like this is coming from Christian, who gets the show, is okay with the show, and is not like insulted or offended or whatever. As a Christian and all that shit, do not give a shit about this show like existing. Like it can exist. That's fine. Um, I really wish, given that I have recently done some brief studying of biblical lore,
Hmm.
I legitimately wish they would have pushed a little more for that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always in favor of more obscure biblical lore and stuff. But then again, people flip shit just because Lilith was included before Eve. So like,
She's the
even
first.
yeah,
Yeah,
e-
lore
e-
wise, she is the first woman.
even though it is established and it is mentioned both in the Bible and in the extra canonical texts, like the succubi being the offspring of Lilith and everything and so forth. So like, if someone actually gave a shit about their own Bible, they would know that Lilith probably belongs there before Eve. But people were
And
bitching just because Lilith was included. So I understand why they didn't double down on more obscure biblical lore.
yeah, although since they are leaning into sort of the theory that Lucifer and Samael, because Samael has a lot of similar traits to Lucifer in terms of lore. Because in actual biblical lore, or well, I don't know if it's biblical, but
Yeah,
it's
the
lore.
extra canonical biblical lore. Yeah,
Yeah, you know, Samael, uh, Samael, who is an angel, often considered to be uh, well,
the
an
angel
angel
of
of death.
violent death and divine retribution.
Yeah, uh, and actually also was mother of the succubi, right?
Yeah, in the like original canon, it was Samael, not Lucifer, who fell in love with Lilith and bred with her. But I understand why they had to swap it out, especially because they were going the more like Promethean rebel aspect with Lucifer, which also pissed a bunch of people off, even though it shouldn't. Um, but
I will say
I
this though.
understand why they swapped. Sorry.
Sorry, no. Yeah, again, I agree with you. I understand why they did it. But it's also me again. Maybe it's just me, and it's weird. I kind of don't like Lucifer being like this little goofball. I don't know. It's just me. It's just me. I would prefer that the King of Hell is a force of power and some. Honestly, I think him being like the super serious, like grandiose kind of devil we're used to in terms of portrayals would have been a nice just juxtaposition to everything.
I mean, we do kind of get hints at that in episode 8 when he's bitch slapping Adam around. Um, So like it's not like they're decanonizing that. The way I kind of looked at that was, this is who Lucifer is like when he's around people that he likes. Like, this is what he's like around his daughter. Doesn't preclude him from being, you know, the Lucifer that we know when he's on business. It's just that around
Right,
people
and
he
I do.
likes, or at least tolerates. Yeah.
I mean, we don't see it. Yeah, I mean, it's like briefly we see him get serious. I think also the issue is like the voice, and no offense to the voice actors, I respect
Jeremy Jordan
his
has the
voice.
singing voice of a literal goddamn angel.
No, that's I'm just
Mhm.
When I don't know. I'm so used to like
A booming bass
a more
voice.
well, no, honestly, actor who played like something along the lines of Supernatural Lucifer, like the early seasons, season 5 Lucifer.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Not deep and booming, because honestly, I don't know why a lot of people do that, but personally, if Lucifer's to have a voice, I would, given he's supposed to be like the snake who tricked humanity, that basically damned humanity out of like not damned humanity, but you know what I mean.
But I mean that's also not who he is and has been. Who he is and has been is the Promethean rebel who wanted to give humanity free will on the basis of humanity should have free will, and Heaven's plan didn't include free will. So like he's not a he's not a malignant trickster in Has Been, at least as far as we know. Again, the intro monologue that Charlie gives might be recontextualized later in the show, but at least as far as we know, there was nothing malignant about him giving humanity free will in the Has Been universe.
Yeah, again, I think all it really boils down to with my major gripes with Has Been Hotel are just while it does seem sort of lip service to certain biblical lore, it's not
Oh yeah, no,
going far. It's not going as
he
far as I
ends
would
up
like it.
essentially going full devil on Adam when things get serious. DT. Um, if you're
Also,
talking
I'm just
Brainstormer, I can't hear you. It's still
can,
doing the
can,
thing.
can you hear me now? Hello, hello, hello. Hello?
But yeah, Lucifer does have a dark side that he does pull out when things get serious. It's just that um effectively one of the conceits of Has Been is that Lucifer, okay, how to put this? In Has Been, we haven't seen God yet. As far as we know, in the Has Been universe, the angels made humanity on their own, and it was Lucifer's idea to give them free will, which pissed off all the other angels who wanted humanity to be good little automatons, and so they ended up sending both Lucifer and Lilith to hell. And to punish Lucifer, they decided to send all the people who misuse their free will to hell to essentially shove them in Lucifer's face of, look at all the bad consequences of that thing you wanted to do.
Right.
And so as a result, the Lucifer of the Has Been Hotel universe is depressed and extremely neurotic, is basically the best way of putting it. He's basically all but checked out of being the overlord of hell because
Can you hear me?
he's just sick of seeing all the people who have misused the gift of free will that he gave humanity. And part of the arc is that Charlie
Hello?
has to convince him that people are actually worth a fuck, which is hard to do because he's never seen the good consequences of free will, only ever the catastrophist bad ones.
Dawn, can you hear me?
That's why Lucifer is a bit of a goofball, because he's depressed and awkward because he's been socially isolated for however many millennia. That is also true. No, I cannot hear you. I will jump out and jump back in, and we'll try this once again.
Edge right, Joel. So yeah, I guess it really boils down to two major with Has-Been Hotel is one, they dramatic weight, and two, that they're not going far enough with the biblical lore.
Okay, testing.
Hello?
There we go.
Okay. All right. Well, let's finally get to the arc because we went on a tangent.
We did.
Bound for it. Because we really didn't do that in the other two articles, really.
Well, also, both at the very least, whatever you might think of has been, it encourages you to be invested, which is bound to create tangents.
Yeah. But again, I will say, I think, well, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think, if nothing else, it has a good foundation. I like seeing that there have been like fans who are doing all right. Has-Been Hotel created for Vivian her long-term vision for the project and said she wanted the show to have a really good run animated series. Has-Been Hotel and critics confirmed season 1 was a hit. The show's which is fortunately already confirmed from before the first season came out.
I'm glad they had faith in it. Because, like I said, it kind of chaps my asshole that she pitched it to have 15 episode or 16 episode seasons, and A24 was like, "Nah, you get 8."
Showrunner Vivian Medrano said she was ecstatic before teasing bigger plans for the series. She told Collider that someone ideas, but they're in it for the whole and with a story plot for multiple seasons. Medrano, she doesn't want the series to end, but she would settle for BoJack Horseman's. How many seasons in BoJack?
6. And I would be okay with that under the proviso that she gets more goddamn episodes per season. Because 8 episodes for 6 seasons would only be 48 episodes. Like I hope that season 1 was only short because they wanted to see how successful the show would be, and that now that season 1 was effectively a proof of concept, they'll give her like 16 episode seasons, because 16 times 6 would be 16, 32. Okay, so 32 times 3 would be like 96, which is just shy of 100 episodes, which to me that's my milestone of a good run for a show. Do you get up to the 100 episode mark? But if she at least gets close to the 100 episode mark, I'd be okay with that.
Oh man, I mean, the real answer is as many as they'll give me forever, as there could always be more. She confirmed, teasing she could sustain the show's momentum indefinitely. But I think based on other shows that I love, that I feel I had a really good run. BoJack, my favorite series ever, and it got to 6. So I'm just gonna go with that as my favorite show went to 6. So 6 would be cool.
And again, I would only be okay with 6 seasons if they give her more episodes, because 48 episodes is not nearly enough. I love this world, I love these characters way too much to only give them 48 episodes to tell all the stories that I know for a fact that Vivian has, because I've done research on her research effectively, and I like this is unironically a show that I do want to go for 100 episodes at least. I don't know if it needs much more than that, but my milestone for a good run for a show is 100 episodes. So as close to 100 episodes as she can get would be good, in my opinion.
But I feel like whatever is possible to tell the story in, which I roughly know, who knows? I think anything's possible right now. Hazbin Hotel's engaging story arcs and characters do promise a wealth of possible narratives, especially with fans pitching in their theories on what's next for the series.
Yeah, I do agree with most of the fan base that Lilith would probably be the most sensible person for owning Alistair's soul, but I also know that Vivian has a character who she calls Rue that is effectively the root of all evil, and is the one who tainted the fruit in the garden before Lucifer and Lilith gave it to Eve. So
I had heard it
also make.
I had heard a theory that it was that Rue was Eve.
I had heard that theory, but I more prefer the theory that Rue possessed Eve rather than Rue is Eve.
Yeah.
As much as the Eve evil puns are definitely a possible thing, I think that would be a little bit cheap.
So weirdly enough, I do want to see the version of Cain and Abel show up.
Yeah, it would be nice. It would be one of those. It would be one of the many, little nods to biblical adjacent folklore that would be nice.
Well, I mean, we had Adam, so logically,
yeah, we've got Adam, we've got Lilith, Lucifer is there, so and Eve is mentioned and so forth. So like, yeah, it seems somewhat inevitable that we'll get Cain and Abel, or we'll get I mean, obviously we're not getting Samael now because they swapped Samael in for Lucifer, which, in fairness, it's not the first time that's been done. So whatever. Um, so yeah, we'll probably get the
the whole
biblical family a lot.
I had actually thought of this as like my own little fan fiction headcanon deal.
Hmm.
Well, the Exorcist would need a new leader after Adam's dead.
Seems like Lute's gonna be the one doing that.
True, but to kind of keep it a family affair, I was thinking Abel would take charge, just given some of the research that I've done on the Cain and Abel story for a project. And also, yeah, I kind of a reference to SCP Abel.
Yeah, that would be neat. That would be neat. I understand why you'd want that, but character motivation wise, it seems like Lute is gonna, roid herself up at some point and come back and rip Vaggie a new. Well, Vaggie.
Again, the idea I had for the Cain in my head, just because I'm a very serious, I prefer a serious story, is that he would be.
Mhm.
Well, he would be kind of what he would be very very stoic, very cold, cruel, even
Mhm.
like he's just sadistic and evil as his father was in the first season, but just a whole different demeanor, and just give that more serious tone that we were talking about earlier.
Mhm.
And obviously, the whole reason why he would do this was he knows his father kind of fucked up both him and his brother, when they were alive. And it wasn't the best
Yeah,
father
but
because he's the first guy who ever did it.
the classic all parents screw up their children kind of thing.
Yeah, and the line I had was, if he would ever speak to Charlie, was, "What kind of I would be a very poor son if I didn't avenge his death."
Which I mean is fair. It does seem like that's going to be a lot of Lute's motivation in season 2. Although from what I hear, we might get the heaven plot on hiatus for a bit because it seems like from everything I've heard, both from the cast and from Viv herself, it seems like the V's are going to be the main antagonists for season 2. The V's
Yeah, ironic. I
and
do
Lilith.
think that's been the thing. Weirdly enough, I do think probably should have started in hell first before building heaven. Understand the pacing thing and all that. I'm understanding that. I get that. Just saying,
Mhm.
it's to build up hell first, and keep heaven this kind of mysterious thing, because they did that really well in the pilot.
I think that if Amazon had bought both Hazbin Hotel and Hello Boss, they probably would have done that. But as far as
I mean,
I
Hell of a
know,
Boss.
Amazon only bought Hazbin, not Hello Boss.
Yeah. Anyway, Heaven
Because you
Hotel
could very
is.
easily you could very easily pad out Hell using like Ars Gotia and Stolas and Blitz's stuff as like the B plot.
To be fair, most of those stories take place on the Rings of Hell, because the centers are confined to the Pride Ring.
Yeah.
Which,
I mean, speaking of, they should have spent more time world building Hell. The idea of other rings should have been more telegraphed than it was, probably.
yeah.
I mean, I know it because I assume, like you did, I went digging and.
To be fair, I've kind of known about. I mean, I've studied uh, lore on hell, on biblically accurate hell, um, just for projects,
Mhm.
So I was already aware of a lot of stuff.
Well, I mean, I was too, but I wasn't referring to specifically, biblically accurate Hell. I was referring to specifically the Helliverses version, which is what they call Has Been and Helluva together. But
I know.
the one thing I will say, and like I said, I am a massive fan of Has Been Hotel, so it kind of pains me to criticize too much of it. But the one thing I will say is it's weird to me that the sinners are only confined to the Pride Ring, because in my head, just like in Dante's original Inferno story, um, where you are in hell should be related to the sin that got you there. So, like, there should be sinners in theory all over hell, because there should be sinners guilty of all at least of the seven deadly sins, if not the other ones as well. But that's just a minor nitpick. If it were up to me, there would be sinners evenly distributed throughout hell, because they would be in the ring that corresponds with their sins. But
I think
semantics.
also the issue. I think the thing also that kind of weirded me out was how hell is basically just. Well, it's basically just Earth. I'll be fully honest. There's nothing different about it.
Well, the worst parts of Earth. Like, I saw a lot of people making jokes that hell is basically San Francisco. Which, yeah. I'm going to assume that that Lilith is the one that's responsible for that. Because that seems to be what's implied by Charlie's exposition montage at the beginning. That Lilith was the one who built Hell Society while Lucifer was busy being depressed and awkward.
I honestly, I kind of wish the headcanon I had originally could have been also a thing. Well, for one thing, let's assume that the Bible exists in the Helliverse, right?
Yeah.
The biblical description of hell exists as well.
Mm-hmm.
My idea was that hell starts, and again, this was kind of back to also the headcanon of not being the depressed, lonely, awkward kid that is,
Mm-hmm.
but more so like, classic. But the language of the soul, Lucifer and all the other ends, or him and Lucifer and Lilith, however you want to go about it, decided, because again, this is going more like biblical reference,
Mm-hmm.
because Lucifer hates humanity and all that, right? He
I
decided.
mean, it depends, because the funny thing is, Lucifer's fall doesn't appear anywhere in the Bible. Like, if we're just going by the Bible, it shows up in the life of Adam and Eve, and there are some references to it elsewhere in the Apocrypha. But if we're just going by the Bible, yeah, the fall of Lucifer is nowhere in the Bible.
Okay, so, but may I please explain the whole headcanon thing first?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So, okay, just let's assume that Lucifer does not like humanity. Let's keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Just for this hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
He decides to stop torturing and just leave them alone, because torturing them hurts attention he does not want to give them.
Mm-hmm.
Thus, humanity being left in that endless void that is hell, they eventually end up building it and shaping it into what they remember of their life, their world.
I
and are basically
mean,
just left to their own devices. Hence why, even though there would technically still be a depiction, most humans would know hell as we know it now, right?
Mhm.
In the Hellaverse, that is what it was. Just my way of explaining why it looks so modern, why it looks, why it looks that way. That's actually not a bad idea there. I wish that
The
might actually be
logistics
interesting.
of re-death, I guess you could call it, is as yet not alluded to. As far
Well,
as
no,
we
it
know, if you die,
is.
as far as we know, if you die a second time and you're not redeemed, you just do not pass go, do not collect continued existence. If you die a second time and you
No, wait,
are
hold
a
on, hold on. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but no, it's explicitly stated that power or weapon, then you die permanently. But playing someone else in like that generate slow die.
Mhm. That's the question though. The logistics of re-death aren't really focused on much
Explained here.
in has been. Um, so far as we know, if you die in hell and you're not redeemed, then you perma die. Um, there's the implication that you might be like broken down in your constituent parts, which is why there are like little eyeball creatures all over the place. Like that's might be sinners that got, you know, blown up by each other or something, but we don't know
But
that
if it
yet.
also want to point out this, just because I feel like it is it's like one of those things that you just know off.
Intuitively.
Yeah, thank you. Luke basically owns every sinner's soul, right? Like the moment they enter hell, just because like
that's a
it's his
good
domain.
yeah.
I mean, they make deals
Intuitively,
and stuff.
yeah, intuitively that makes sense, but then again, if that were true, why the hell would I mean literally why the hell would the deal making make sense? My intuition
I
after the
I have a theory for that actually.
mm,
Well, for one thing, I think it works on a different of thing because it's taking place in his domain, right? I think they can make deals with each other, but at the end of the day, all their souls connect to him. They're subjects of his kingdom, of his domain.
I mean in theory, on the other hand, he didn't make hell in the Hellaverse. And again, it really seems like Lilith is the one who took the initiative to make Hell civilization rather than Lucifer, and he doesn't seem to be particularly interested in people's souls, as far as we know. So my guess is that's probably true, but it's true of Lilith rather than Lucifer. Like she is the overlord to end all overlords, which is why which is why the theory that um Lilith is the one who owns Alistair's soul makes at least some sense to me, even though I think it is probably going to be Rue rather than Lilith at the end of the day. Um, because if he got power directly from her, then that explains why he's more powerful than most of the other overlords. Um, if
I
that's how that works.
I just remember
Hmm? You cut out.
Well, he's from Louisiana. Alistair's
Yeah.
supposed to be Creole.
Yes.
I realized that he was a radio broadcaster in the 30s, like 20s, 30s, before dying in the
Yeah.
40s, while also being a serial killer.
Hmm.
I remember like when the pilot came out, people were making the theory that he could have been the Axeman of Louisiana, given the time frame of the things.
Yeah.
But they obviously didn't do that, which is a shame.
I mean, I'm of two minds on it, because yes, it would have been a neat little reference to make him the Axeman, and it would also explain why the Axeman just sort of disappeared. On the other hand, it strikes me that Alistair just being Alistair is also kind of cool.
Yeah, it's fair.
Plus,
I'm just saying,
if
like,
if he were the Axeman, I would expect more axe theming in his hell manifestation, because it is confirmed
well, no,
by Vivian that
and
what you do.
fucking,
Sorry.
all right. So what I was gonna say was, well, he does have a sense of, well, one thing, he's very tied to like the 20s and 30s, because radio host and all that, and I think a lot of his songs tend to have like a very jazzy kind of feel to them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hold on.
Yeah. Sorry.
Murders with
Go
the
ahead.
Axeman. Please let me. Okay.
Yeah.
With the
Go ahead.
Axeman murders, if I'm remembering correct, is that he
Spared people who like jazz, basically, and showed it.
yeah. If there wasn't a house or a building or a place that had jazz playing, he would enter it and butcher those people.
Yeah. Which is something I could see Alistair doing. He is that, again, he's very much cut from a similar cloth as Hannibal Lecter. He likes things done in the proper old school way, and if you don't do that, then you are royally fucked. But
I will
that
say,
being said,
I kind of wish he didn't curse, because I realize he only did it like twice or three times in the show. I kind of wish they would have replaced that.
Like I was trying to say earlier, one of the few times where I felt like the F-bomb did kind of come out of nowhere and did kind of lessen the impact, when he's talking to Adam and he goes, "I'm about to end your fucking life." I think it would have been more dramatic if he had just said, "I'm about to end your life," instead of the F-bomb. That being said, I do like that Alistair only resorts to cursing when he has to, more or less, or when someone has really pissed him off.
Oh, I'm not a decision. All right. God, we moving on.
This show, I'm telling you, for all of its faults, this show is the kind of show that you can get invested in and that obvious passion was put into, which is more than I can say for most things created nowadays.
Fair enough. Hazbin Hotel is building towards a bigger payoff for audiences. Madonna said season 2 gave them more freedom to improve on the show's technical aspects. I think just in general, we learned so much on a technical level making the first season that going into the second season, we feel a lot more like, yeah, let's do this, she confirmed. Without going into details, she also teased they will continue to develop elements that pays off in subsequent seasons. There's things in season 1 that I really want to build up to and have a little bit more of a presence, she explained. But just because of how tight it was and how we really wanted to focus on the story we were telling and make it really satisfying, we weren't able to start to build some things. So what I like about season 2 is that we are more able to build some things up that could lead to bigger payoffs later down the line.
I love how passionate she is and how much she already has. Like, you can tell she already has a big story in mind. Which, I mean, she has been she has been working on it since even before the pilot got made. So that doesn't surprise me.
Late 2000s, early 2010s when she was trying to make it a webcomic
Yeah. So it
called
doesn't surprise me
called Suphobia.
because unironically, the way she's talking about this here reminds me of how we get when we're talking about Lionhearted, basically, and how every so often there will be a new element added to the mix.
Yeah. All right. Moving on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Open Hotel from cleaners to the series via the pilot uploaded on YouTube in 2019. The animated series premiered this January under Amazon MGM Studios, A24, Fox Entertainment, and Spindlehorse Tunes, which also produces the Hell of a Boss spin-off series. Open Hotel Season 2 is currently in production with no confirmed.
Mm-hmm. I guess my only criticism is I hope seasons 2 through 6, if that is indeed where things end up, have more episodes.
Yeah, the most obscure biblical character I would want to see. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but Samson. I don't know why.
Honestly, especially given the whole Arch Gosha thing in Hello Boss, I want to see King Solomon at some point. Because speaking of characters who would make like overly powerful overlords, like, and given also how not a lot of characters in Hell keep their original names, I wouldn't even mind necessarily if, for example, somebody like Zestiel was revealed to be King Solomon or something. That would be neat. Although as I say that, I probably wouldn't prefer that as the twist. I'd rather King Solomon just be his own character. But if it were anyone, I'd rather it be Zestiel. If it were anyone who's already been established.
From what I understand, isn't Zestiel only a few centuries old?
Unless there's something that you found in Vib's notes, I'm not sure we're aware of how old he is. I mean, we know that like whenever he is from used Shakespearean type English because he do that. But I don't think we again unless Vib specified something. I don't think we know how old Vestiel is. We know he's one of the oldest overlords currently, or at least one of the oldest surviving overlords. But unless Vib specified something, I don't think we know how old she is. Or
was
how old
King
he
Solomon? Wait, hold on. Was King Solomon condemned to hell?
According to the story, he was driven mad by the jinn when he quote unquote betrayed Yahweh by indulging in his wife's pagan deities. So it's possible.
So with that in mind, I actually wouldn't see Zestiel as that, to be fair, because he's not mad. And given his attire and the way of his speaking, which seems Victorian, or not Victorian, but at the very
Elizabethan.
Shakespearean. Elizabethan. Yeah, Elizabethan. Thank you.
Yeah.
Although I remember I watched some kind of funny videos where they used other like the dub voices in other countries to speak the native languages of those characters. And I remember looking in the comments, and someone mentioned that that's how they're actually speaking, but because it's hell, there's like a type of magic that is allowing them to understand each other.
Yeah, universal translator spell. Lol.
which I wonder is actually a thing.
I mean, there are spells to, and there are entities who specialize in teaching other languages, but as far as I know, there's no universal translator spell. I'd love if there was, but as far as I know, there is no universal translator spell. There are entities and spells that specialize in broadening your mind so you can learn other languages, or there are entities who specialize in teaching other languages. But no, there's no universal filter spell for language or anything. Would make things so much easier if there
Mhm.
were. Um, but
All right. So moving on.
yeah.
Getting back to
Before we
something
get
you.
lost on another tangent. Yeah.
But I'm sorry. One final thing. Would see on Samson, which is effectively the Israelite version of Hercules,
Mhm.
or is it Hebrew?
Mhm.
What's the Bible's version of Hercules?
Yeah.
Given that character, I would have been damned to hell.
Mhm.
Given his story, but I mean that does actually end up ask an interesting question about Samson, because and for anyone who does, he was charged with protecting what what place was it again? I can't remember. I don't think it was Jerusalem.
Um. Shit. I can't remember either.
Hold on. But he was chosen to be the defender of Bull and a uh, okay, but it was a okay, so Nazareth
Yeah. Okay.
granted immense strength to aid against his enemies, to perform superhuman feats, including staying a lion with his bare hands.
Mhm.
And grew his hair out because that's where his strength and power came from. A woman named Delilah, I believe,
Mhm.
who was paid to
Find his weakness,
betray
essentially.
him, find his
Yeah.
weakness. Yeah, find his weakness. He would uh, hold on.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing him just so there was a character in the show I could finally find hot.
But I mean, he was told not. He was told by. Well, let's assume Helliverse would by one of the elder or old angels, not to
Probably
reveal his
Sarah.
secret,
Probably Sarah in the Helliverse.
or one of the seraphims.
Well, it probably wouldn't be Emily because she wouldn't be that dickish about it. I don't think.
But she's also too young.
Well, she's young for a Seraphim. We don't actually know how young that is, like real time wise.
I'm just saying. So he was given a divine order not to reveal his weakness, but he did.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the question would be: would he be damned, or would he still ascend, even though he still betrayed that order?
See, I don't know, because in theory, Adam and Eve probably should both be damned because they ate the fruit. But then again, in the Helliverse, Adam not only ascended, but ascended to the rank of, the leader of Hell's army, or Heaven's army, rather. So, like, um, I guess not. If he only did the one bad thing, and he did get his strength back after he apologized for it, so I assume he's probably still in heaven somewhere. Um, just based on if Adam and Eve didn't get auto damned because they ate the fruit, then that probably also means that other characters like that who only did the one wrong thing, probably didn't get auto
Well,
damned
no,
either.
wait. I think it has been. It's said that Adam didn't eat the fruit or the apple
Okay, so never mind. If in the Helliverse he didn't eat it, then that changes things.
because he's incredible. I mean, he's all the worst traits.
He is, as he puts it, the original dick. And nobody
You were
apparently
just
told
waiting.
him
You were waiting to
that
use that, weren't you?
I mean no, but I'm not gonna not use it when it's there sitting on a silver platter for me to use. But
Fair enough.
yeah, according to him, he's the original dick, and nobody apparently told him that that's not necessarily a good thing. Um, so like, which leads into the fan theory, I guess, of is Adam now going to wind up in hell because he died as an angel, and if somebody like Serpentius can ascend to seraphim status, then somebody like Adam, upon their second death, probably could be demoted to hell, which would be an interesting choice if Adam was reincarnated as a demon. Which I think he would have to go to the hotel just to avoid all the other demons from kicking his ass. Because far be it from me to project this, but I think the demons of hell might hold it just the tiniest bit personal against him that he slaughtered a whole bunch of them all the time for effectively since the beginning of creation.
Anyway, so Venom: The Last Dance. Full honestly, this trailer came out of nowhere because I heard nothing about a third movie being made, like at all.
I assumed they would make one, but I hadn't heard anything as far as production notes go.
Yeah. So, chocolate.
Um,
But, okay, so the reason why I say chocolate obviously is reference to a comic that was saying that Venom ate a lot of people's brains.
mhm.
Chocolate had a certain chemical in it that matched the brains that Venom was eating at the time. Eating chocolate after that instead of brains.
Mm. Why not? I guess dark chocolate because that's also a reference to the color of the symbiote goo.
I'm gonna be fully honest. I hate dark chocolate.
You uncultured swine.
Look at it. I didn't like it. It was kind of It was very bitter. No flavor, really.
It depends on the kind of dark chocolate you get. if you get straight up Baker's chocolate, then yeah, I don't blame you for not liking that shit. That shit's gross. But it depends on the percentage of cocoa in the dark chocolate you get. Anything above 70, I think, is my limit as far as dark chocolate goes. Yeah, anything above 70 and it starts getting gross, but like 60 to 70% dark
Yeah.
chocolate, I'm good with.
Uh, I guess also just kind of I get your opinion on movies. Uh, just so we have context of what we're looking out for in this trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, out of all the Sony movies they've made in the last decade, the Venoms aren't the bad, aren't the worst, aren't.
Mm-hmm.
They're very goofy.
That being said, I've never really liked them because I feel like they're a necessary throwback to the '90s style of making superhero movies.
Wait, just to clarify, what specific '90s superhero movie? Because there are some gems.
Um,
Let's not
well,
like,
yeah, there are some good ones in there, but like
yeah. So just to be specific
trying to
here.
trying to think of an example of the sort of thing I don't like about that era of movies. Like, trying to think of an example. Why are all the names suddenly like missing from my head? All
It's not
the
as bad as it's not as bad as Steel, right?
right, but the main issue I have of that era of superhero movies is they did their best to take out all the superhero shit or all the comic booky shit and turn it into a generic sci-fi action movie.
What about Blank Man or
Blank Man I like because it's very like it leans heavily into the comedy aspect of it. Um,
I don't
I
think
have
sorry. I don't think that harkens back to like the Adam West Batman a bit as well.
hmm
Um, yeah, we kind of place like the Venom movies between like and
like I think if the Venom movies came out around the same time Blade did, we'd be a lot more forgiving of them. But it's been like 30 years since the Blade movies, so it's a bit it's a bit hard to be as charitable to. Granted, I think that of the Sony throwback superhero movies, like Morbius and Madam Web, I think the Venom movies are the best of the bunch. It's just that I don't see why we need to do a throwback to like the generic '90s superhero movies instead of actually, being uh, instead of taking advantage of the fact that it's been 30 years and we actually do have a decent idea of how to adapt these now, or at least more of an idea than we did in the '90s. And we are now waiting on Brainstormer yet again. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
okay, I'm back. Hello.
Huzzah. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So what were you saying? I'm sorry, you cut off like as you said. If the Venom movies came out around the same time as Blade did, and then it cut out for me.
I was saying I think if the Venom movies came out around the same time as the Blade trilogy did, we'd be a lot more forgiving of them. Um, but it has been 30 years or so since those movies, and I think the thing that bothers me is, and I blame like Amy Pascal and Abiy Arad for this, they have the same problem that the X-Men movies did before Deadpool, which is they don't seem to realize that the genre has moved forward at all in the last 30 years, and they have. Granted, of the Sony throwback Spider-Verse movies, the ones that do kind of channel that late 90s, early 2000s era of superhero movies, I think the Venom movies are the best of the bunch. Like, I don't think the Venom movies are as bad as Morbius or Madam Web, and they're probably not going to be as bad as Craven, but I just don't see any reason to throw back to that generic, like, late 90s, early 2000s era of superhero movies when we kind of know more about how to adapt comic books now than we did 30 years ago.
Funny enough, I never published it, but I had started to write a revision of Venom like a couple years after the first movie came out, just because I was thinking, how could it be better? Um, and it had, well, for one thing, it replaced the villain because it wasn't really anything. Um, I replaced it with Alistair Smythe, Spider Slayer.
That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, and it would have been set in a. Well, also think of like it connecting it with Spider-Man because I think that's also been a problem. Well, not. I think some characters in the Spider-Man mythos can work without Spider-Man, like because they have gone. Some of those characters have gone on to have their own.
The the classic "I have a life outside of you" sort of thing.
Yeah. Though, granted, the only reason they go on that path that they become those kind of characters is because they interact with Spider-Man,
Mm.
mind you. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it would have just been like at this idea wise, it would have been like Venom starting his Lethal Protector days. Like they already would have started, would have been established.
Mm-hmm. So, would you then make Flash Thompson the main character rather than Eddie?
No, I mean Eddie became a hero after dealing with Carnage, so I still would have kept Eddie.
Okay. I was just gonna say because usually when people think of the Lethal Protector, they think of uh the period where Flash and Venom were together.
No, that's Agent Venom.
Well, true.
Lethal Protector's Eddie.
Hmm.
But yeah,
I will
like
say I don't really like I don't really like Agent Venom as a concept, especially because Flash is injured. I think you could do the same concept without Flash getting injured, and it would work better. Because he's always had this ironic, ironically, Flash has always had a hatred for Peter Parker, but a love of Spider-Man. And I could see him, especially after, like a um identity reveal situation, like post Civil War. I could see Flash seeking out one of the symbiotes to give him
yeah,
Spider-Man
in the
equivalent powers.
comics, like after after they graduate like high school, and I think maybe like when they meet again as adults, they actually do become like good friends, like Peter and
hmm
Flash.
I've always liked the way they handle Flash Thompson because he's. It would be very easy to make him just the generic bully, but
I
at
mean, that's what
least
he
if
started off as, obviously.
yeah, but at least in the comics and in a lot of good Spider-Man media, they don't like they show that he's a bully for like personal reasons more so than he's a bully just a bully. Um,
Yeah.
and there is definitely good in him, so to speak. Um,
Yeah. Um, I was gonna, which is why you know, I think you and I can both agree that the worst Flash Thompson out of like the 3 live action Flash Thompson we've seen in the 3 movie series is the MCU version.
yeah, they completely they changed literally everything about his character. There's absolutely no reason why he's called Flash Thompson now.
I mean, okay, so I think I discussed this like once, and I even did like a full video on my other channel on my wrote Homecoming.
hmm
Idea idea wise would have made a lot more sense just given I grew okay because that Spider-Man is supposed to be kind of my generation Spider, right?
Yeah, he's a Zoomer.
Don't but jock. Like I've known jocks. I've known football players when I was in high school. They were cool. Uh, didn't interact with them much, but they seemed cool. Honestly, they worked their asses off to keep themselves on the football team. As
Oh,
far as
just
I'm
horse.
aware, no one fudged them on the football team. And
Hmm. I guess my generation may have been the last generation that had to deal with the very stereotypical social divide of cliques in high
it's
school.
just weird that they made him give school. Uh, it's fine. They literally have gym class. They have a football. I can't.
Yeah, they're
Most get
sorry.
it. Get on. Sorry, most college footballers will get in on a scholarship for football. Aren't also most of the time, I would assume and hope, are still pretty smart and do other curriculum, other classes to get a degree in case in case they stop doing football.
I don't know. It might be the case now. I don't know if it was when I was in school.
Probably not, but
And so
I'm
on.
speaking again. I'm speaking to me. I'm speaking to my
Yeah,
generation.
yeah, and that's why I'm just sort of throwing up my hands and going, I don't fucking know, because apparently your generation broke down like the years and years of like necessary social divide there. So I don't
I mean,
know
don't get me
how you
wrong. I'm
guys
sure
did
there
it,
was
but
some.
I guess you guys did it. So fun.
I don't there when we did it. I just I just went with the flow.
hmm I, it also might be the case that I grew up in an extremely rural part of the world, or an extremely rural part of the country, that is sort of perpetually about 10 or 20 years behind the times. So that might also have something to do with it. Um,
Maybe. Um,
Certainly would have been
but
easier
yeah,
if the social
I don't know.
hierarchies
It's just
weren't.
weird. Like they basically made him fucking Harry Osborn.
Yeah, Yeah, he honestly would make more sense if it were Harry rather than Flash, because they didn't even they removed everything about Flash that is Flash. It's still flabbergasts me that the best Flash Thompson we've gotten in live action so far is still the Amazing Spider-Man one.
And that was only in one movie, and they cut him out and deleted scene in Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Which is such bullshit, because, like, I really didn't like the first two Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movies, and no, it's not his fault. I kind of feel the same way about Andrew Garfield as Spider-Man as I do about Henry Cavill as Superman. Like, if they had let him actually play the character, it would have been
Oh
something.
no!
But
See, here's the real issue with Amazing Spider-Man and Amazing 2. They cut out all the scenes that both make the story more and give a lot more character.
yeah, but again, back on point. For all of the many problems I had with the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movies, the one thing that I thought worked excellently was the actual relationship between Peter and Flash Thompson. I think that worked amazingly, and it even threw in the humane parts of Flash that almost never get mentioned. And if they had actually built on that instead of dropping it like a freaking hot potato in the second movie, there could have been such an interesting dynamic there, because like it genuinely did seem like they had grown to understand each other and that Flash respected Peter at the end of the first movie. But fuck me, we'll never get to see that because they thought it wasn't important enough, even though it was basically the only character interaction that fully worked in that movie.
Fucking Sony. Anyway, shall we?
Yeah, Sony self-sabotaged almost as bad as Fox did before Deadpool, and almost as bad as DC does or did during the Snyderverse period.
Mhm.
And
Chocolate?
for all of his faults, at least Zack Snyder was ambitious enough to actually try and adapt the comics, even if he was really bad at it. Where Sony, again, seems to be stuck in that late 90s, early 2000s mentality of we have to take comic books and remove all the comic book shit from them and turn them into generic sci-fi action movies instead. Anyway, dark chocolate.
Yeah, dark chocolate.
We shall dark chocolate, which is making me hungry.
You should probably know that I have a really dark and unpredictable side to me.
Stop speaking.
I'm giving you a chance, sweetie.
I don't really have anything to say, to be honest. I'm gonna be honest, it's kind of generic, the whole thing for the trailer.
Yeah, which is very much the problem of the Venom movies in general. And the Venom movies
Tom
are the
Hardy.
best ones that Sony has managed, basically.
I mean, I think mostly it has to do with like Tom Hardy being Tom Hardy.
Yeah, he's good in everything he's in, even when they don't let him play the character. Cough, cough, Bane, cough. Someday there will be an actual adaptation of Bane, please.
God,
Maybe
I
that's
want
something
that
we can
so
build
bad.
to for James Gunn. Give us an actual Bane who's Bane.
I mean, Dave Bautista said he would love to play Bane.
Yeah, let the man act.
I mean, the
Because apparently he's really good at it. Yeah.
Yeah. Seriously, he is one of the pro wrestlers. Like him and John Cena, I am so surprised about how far of a range they have as actors.
The Rock too, to be fair, like they all came from. I mean, yes, The Rock plays The Rock and everything he's in, but that
mainly he plays characters that are basically him. Yeah,
and I mean, to his credit, the persona that he has from his wrestling days is a likable persona, so why not? But yeah, I mean, it must be said that The Rock plays The Rock in every movie he plays in. Then again, there are a lot of, actors who are just actors who also do that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like I can count the number of Will Smith performances that aren't just Will Smith on one hand, probably.
All right. Dark chocolate?
Hmm.
Say when. When? What?
Yeah. Again, I don't really know how to say. It's just mainly like the action and everything. It just doesn't really feel true. Anything to add on, or
No, like you say, it's to me, it's just a throwback to like the early 2000s, and I get that that's what people want from this series because that's what the first one was as well. But like, I'm still left in this place of like, have we not moved on as a genre from that period of these movies? Granted, it could be worse. It could be Morbius or Madam Web. So small mercies, I guess. Dark chocolate.
I am considering watching Madam Web to see whether or not I can work something out.
Oh please, I want to see you make something of Madam Web.
I mean, ideal wise, I have some. I mean, I have some general knowledge of Spider-Man lore that could work with the characters already established in the movie.
I mean, I don't understand why they didn't just adapt the version from the 90s cartoon that everybody knows, because I guarantee you that like 60 to 70% of the people who know and remember the name Madam Web know it because of the 90s show.
Morbius is pretty simple. I mean, you just go full-on horror movie with that.
Yeah.
Like, okay,
At
so
most you could make it like a horror comedy, but like that's
me,
really about it.
I went like the Last Voyage of the Demeter kind of vampire movie.
See, I'd go more in a Renfield direction. Like I would actually go kind of an over the top, almost like a pastiche of like the classic The Fly or something like that. But
It's not bad, but I mean, the idea I had was, well, one thing, a comic book story
mhm.
with all the characters revolved, with all the characters involved, and it has like this tragic romance between two people, between Morbius and his love interest. It's a whole thing. I wrote it, but I discarded it because I couldn't really.
The other thing that they really cheaped out on because of the whole synthetic blood thing is they could have done like you remember the movie The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen?
Yes.
What they did with Jekyll and Hyde in there, where he was trying to like contain his evil, so to speak. They could have done something like that with Morbius trying to contain the bloodthirst, but they didn't. I mean, if it were up to me, I would just remove the sci-fi element, but since, that wouldn't be a good adaptation of the character, I would lean towards, like I say, the Fly type science experiment concept.
I'd also, I I would recast Jared Leto to the second to the best actor in that movie, being Matt Smith to play Michael.
Yeah, Matt Smith, for one thing, knew what kind of movie he was in and had fun with it, which is, I think, something that was sorely missing. Granted, as far as Jared Leto performances go, I don't think his performance in Morbius was bad, as far as Jared Leto performances go. But then again, that's also not a high bar. But yeah, Matt Smith is one of those actors who is always a win.
Oh yeah, so that dude,
I mean, there is a reason
Like-
why I
like-
constantly wear bow ties, which are cool.
and like you said,
And
if they were to actually DC and the Justice Society, he's the young Dr. Fate, right?
yeah, he would be the perfect young Kent Nelson, because he can play both young and energetic, but also ancient and like world weary at the same time, which is exactly the vibe you'd want for Dr. Fate when he was younger in it, because that's the other thing. The Dr. Fate we saw in Black Adam was a Dr. Fate who was, and everyone in the movie admitted it, was out of practice. So if that's what Dr. Fate can do when he's been out of the game for several decades, what the fuck must he have been like when he was on his A game?
All right.
Yeah, but dark chocolate.
We are. We're Venom! Venom! No. Oh, yeah, we. We're gonna need to work on that. Yes! You take me to all the finest places.
Yeah, I got nothing. Like,
Yeah, I feel nothing apart from a vague sensation that this should have come out in 2003 and would have probably been a little bit dated even then.
dark chocolate.
Dark chocolate.
I don't know.
We knew it was impossible. We're alone in the universe.
I mean, I love this song, but what the fuck is it doing here? It relates to almost nothing.
Are coming to Earth. Although, what is it? David Bowie's Space Oddity.
Yes.
Okay, that's about a man being
Mm-hmm.
in space,
Yes.
or he crashing from.
I mean, if they wanted to do this semi-comedic tone, I might have gone with REM's "It's the End of the World as We Know It."
Is that a song? Chicken.
Yes, it is. Probably not the song everyone remembers from that movie. The song everyone remembers from that movie was "One Little Slip" by the Barenaked Ladies, which I still can't hear without thinking of that movie.
Is it? Okay, like it's still live. Don't break it.
Hmm?
Cause that's I remember the end credits song of "Don't Go Breaking My Heart."
Yeah, that Abby and Runt sings. And we all brainstormer again. Now I have that song stuck in my head because David Bowie is always a win, even though it has nothing at all to do with that trailer. I guess Starman could work, although for some reason people have conflated Starman with Superman, even though I would think it would line up more with like Flash Gordon or even Star-Lord than Superman, but whatever. Waiting for Brainstormer to come back. I suppose I could sing a bunch of David Bowie songs. Turn and face the strange changes. Okay, you're back. Never mind. And I can't hear you, so I will jump out and jump back in again. Okay. Once more into the breach.
Hello?
Yes. Huzzah.
Fucking hell.
Technical difficulties.
Wouldn't be a podcast to storm without him.
It wouldn't, although it would probably cut about an hour off of our runtime if we didn't have to deal with the technical difficulties.
Alright. So, David Bowie's Space Oddity, no sense for this, right?
Yeah. It's a good song, doesn't belong here, or relate to anything that's happening here.
Yeah. Alright.
Dark chocolate.
Dark chocolate.
And it's our job to make sure that remains a secret.
Let's go get him.
We are fugitives. In the ship's
Like, I could see a version of this story where this song might make sense. Like, if they knew the symbiotes were, like, coming down and Eddie and Venom went up in a rocket to try and stop them. And then you could do, like, a montage of Eddie and Venom getting in a, like, astronaut suit and going up in a rocket to try and stop them. Then this song would make sense. But as it stands, things are coming down from the
Wait,
sky.
what?
rather
Okay,
than
hold on.
coming down.
Well, I'm aware of the story that Space Oddity tells, right?
Mhm.
But what is the overall? I know you're gonna hate this word, Dalton, but what is the overall theme? Why was it written?
I mean, like,
'Cause maybe with that could be connected to this.
I mean, as far as I always understood it, which I don't know if this is what Bowie was going for, but it was supposed to be like a man having the like ambition and conviction to realize his dreams and finally being respected for it.
But at the
That
cost of
yeah, at the cost of sort of losing touch with uh humanity, so to speak, I guess, kind of.
Hmm.
Like maybe.
yeah, that makes no sense. That's here.
Yeah, but like again, I could like if they were doing the kind of similar to what happened to Danny Phantom at the end with Phantom Planet, if like if like they somehow knew ahead of time that the symbiotes were coming and Eddie and Venom had to strategize on how to like get to a rocket ship so that they could go up and like preemptively bomb the symbiote asteroid or something, then this could work, maybe. But so
Anyway.
far as it sits, it's like things coming down from the sky rather than going up. And
All right.
there's no like incentive for Eddie to
Don't.
sorry, yeah. Dark chocolate?
The unlimited dream, my friend. No! This is chance! The reason they're after us.
my own.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, again, I'm not feeling anything.
Dark chocolate.
What's that? Dark chocolate.
My own has found us. Crush! There's an army coming that cannot be beaten. As long as they're lives.
Even when they try to get serious and turn it slightly horror, I feel nothing.
It's so bland and generic. And it was bland and generic even if this movie had come out in like, you know, the early 2000s like it probably should have.
Dark chocolate.
Dark chocolate.
Everything will end.
We may not make it out of this alive, buddy.
Eddie has come.
And the last
Mhm.
game a slunk. And then is it Space Oddity?
Hmm.
I don't know what one it could be.
Like, I would have almost gone, "Hello, darkness, my old friend," or maybe "This is the end, my only friend, the end," to kind of highlight the connection between Eddie and Venom and how this is their last hurrah or something like that.
Yeah,
Or hell, maybe even it's a mad, 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 mad world because, the symbiote's coming down and infecting everybody.
to be fair, when I hear that song, I think every point that's
Hmm.
uh,
Mm-hmm. Dark chocolate.
Find out.
Okay, so Venom Horse, I will admit that actually is pretty creative.
Yeah, no, it's a cool concept. I don't know in what context it's going to work or in what context it's going to really make much sense, but if this entire movie was just a excuse to get Venom Horse, then that's fine, I guess.
Yeah. All right. Well, that wasn't exactly positive. Uh, adios, aloha, avideze, sayonara, cheers, and
Shalom and fuck off.